All right, big up to each and every one. Today is Sunday, January 12th, 2:54 p.m. Welcome to Esoteric Sundays on Imhotep University TV. I am your host, Imhotep. Yeah, man, big up to all the ones and ones who want to apologize for the late start and also apologize for the fact that the Sunday reason has been absent for a couple of weeks still. But yeah, man, big up to all the ones and ones. Let me check in. Let me go through the formalities and big up the people. Them quick and fast. TG Media, first in the building. Big up yourself. Lynette Thompson, bless up, Godfrey Goldburn, blessings, Godfrey. Richard Patriots. Yes, I put in some great content. Yeah, man, respect, man. All we ask is just that the ones and ones, them just drop a like, man. Just support the platform. Because you know the thing. The objective is to always grow the platform. So big up for the support every time. Sirac Music, big up yourself, my general. Merkaba 360, big up, Julius Diamond, big up yourself. Big up to all the viewers, big up to our subscribers. Big up our silent listeners. You know how the Sunday reason go. We tend to discuss topics that are biblical, that are religious based, get some perspectives and things like that. So, we have to cater to the diverse audience in terms of viewers and subscribers. And we also want this Sunday thing to be a consistent thing, because at the end of the day, it's very refreshing where we can have these conversations and share perspectives, and we can agree to disagree on some of them, and there are some that we can all agree on. So all right, so that they big up the Jamaican massive, big up the Caribbean people, big up the North, South, Central American massive, big up the UK massive as well every time. How the thing go. Manners and respect to everybody. Just hit that like button and you're in, people. Them kind of reason, yeah, and a reason we are gonna join a big crowd, but them say we're let's say what? Where one and two are gathered in my name, I am in the midst of them. Or I say where few are gathered in my name, I am in the midst of them. People might hear that and say, oh, why is he quoting the Bible, but him don't believe in this and believe in that? Well, how we kind of interpret the thing and how we embrace the thing. We don't take it literal. We know a lot of it is allegorical, it's metaphorical, it's esoteric as well. So how the thing go. So hit that like button and you're in quick and fast. 21 people there. Yeah, that's a good look. You know how the thing go, people. Let me see. Ocean Johnson, big up in my general, manners and respect. Success over hype, big up yourself. Yo, we are going with. Big up yourself, man. Respect to everyone. Real Simo, big up. Clip Cartel, we are going with. Manners and respect, Yeah, man. Ron Noble, manners and respect, me general, for the check-in. All right. Yeah, man. Shout out to the viewers, man. Shout out to the subscribers. Big up to all moderators as well. And we're gonna always shout out the members of the platform, because we always appreciate the support. You know the thing go. We have DB, Dane, Sugar Nuts, Time Will Tell, Kayla. They are beneficiaries of the membership that was donated by Yo-Yo. We have Naquan, Yo-Yo, Tishima Dunkley, DJ Rain Movement on YouTube, Michelle Clark, TG Media, Nicholas Mitchell, Exit 9X, Not Your Child Corp, aka Miss Julia, Vioni All, Curtis McDonald, Silver One, Ocean Johnson, Real Simo, The Free Thinker, Jamo, Nicky Willie, Only Good Karma Baby, D So Nice, Rhythm Palace Studio, Private Figure, Ever Bless, Is Addiction, Cute Browning, Beast, Black All Day, Humbleman RB, Lone Star, Sweet P, the Playback Queen, Global Life Records TV, the Playback King, Rick Livestream, aka Rick Storm TV, DJ Congo, Moodman. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. You know how the thing go. Let me see who else there. Like, quick and fast, because you know how we get to work. Anthony Johnson, big up yourself, Chakadi, big up, And J. Omar, anyway, them in general, big up yourself, man. Anybody where when the live stream are going, we might not show to know out because more time might not see, say you type in the chat or whatever, but you know it go. Imhotep always appreciate the support in whatever way, shape, or form. All right, we have some topics up for discussion today. And, for those who are new to the platform, just bear in mind that these type of conversations, it's more geared to stimulate engagement as it relates to the topics. It's not nothing for us to become very personal about, different perspectives. The thing go. Me know say probably King Uzziah and loving one them goodly. I wonder how I go on if me abandon ship and things like that. Cause them look forward to the Sunday reasoning. But you know what the thing go, big up. For those who want to join the panel and share their perspective, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. So you know how that go, people. All right, so is the Bible an historical book? We're gonna have that conversation. I think it's a very important conversation because some people believe it is so, and some people argue that it is not. So we definitely gonna be having this conversation about that. Was Jesus a prophet? Yeah, like in other words, what prophecy or what did Jesus prophesied and where is its fulfillment throughout history? Like if Jesus says something, yeah, man, as a prophecy, yeah, show us where it is fulfilled in history. So we're definitely gonna be speaking on that. Rastas celebrate Christmas. Are we talking about the whole Ethiopian Christmas settings, Yeah, man. So we want to speak on that as well. Do you agree that, with Rastas, that they should be celebrating Christmas? You have some Rasta we burn out Christmas, and you have Rasta we celebrate are we talking about the Ethiopian Orthodox Christmas, the Coptic kind of Christmas? You get me? So when they come on to the Orthodox Christianity, yeah, man, Ethiopia is one of the most organic, longest, longest functioning branch, in terms of its practice, keeping the practice in an organic way. The Catholic Church started out, Council of Nicaea reinforced a number of things in 325 AD, and as time progresses, there became Protestants, and we have 1 million denominations as a result of that. I think when it comes on to, the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo Church, they have kept their practices for, hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. We can say over 1,000 years. Yeah, let's say about 1,600 years they have actually kept their practices the same. So nothing really changed. But we want to hear some perspective on that, because at the end of the day, the celebration of Christmas is still celebrating the birth of Jesus. And that's what the Ethiopians them doing same way. So we are gonna talk about it, because we know say ones and ones like all Muta, yeah, man, them will burn a fire pan everything religious, but sometimes Muta silent pan the whole Rasta thing and Rasta and Christianity. But you know the thing, we are gonna reason about it same way. The Pope approves priests were a ABC, priests who are rainbows. Yeah, man, the Pope approve it. So you can look forward to seeing the brothers of the cloth, yeah, man, being very effeminate. So we want to speak on that as well. Because say the Pope run the church in terms of the Catholic Church, and that's the biggest Christian denomination. So where them say, yeah, man, carry weight. Fire, bless up yourself, a thing going, manners and respect. My heart root, yeah, man, blessings, a thing go. Respect for the check-in, fire. Yeah, man. Lone Star, big up yourself, my general. Respect for the check-in. All right, so we have 32 accounts in the building. Just hit that like button on your way in. All right, let's get into it. Now, people will argue that the Bible is in itself is an historical book. I, for one, I will always argue against it. The scholars argue against it. Unfortunately, people who are believers will argue that it's an historical book. So for those who will argue that it's an historical book, show us the historical characters, show us the people that are most important when it comes down to the Bible. Show them in history. Show us David and Solomon and all them ones and ones in a history. Show us Jesus, Paul, Moses, Jacob, Abraham, Isaac. Those are significant people, because guess what going now? If we can't prove no Abraham, we in a trouble. If we can't prove Isaac, we in a trouble. If we can't prove Jacob, we are in trouble. Because if we can't prove none of those people, then all this claim of chosen this and chosen that and chosen people and this and that, then that goes out the window. So it's important to validate the existence of these people. It is proven historically, yeah, man. Merkaba, as I say, it's not a history book, but some people believe and some people will argue that point, and that's why we are open and receptive to the dialogue as well. You know the thing go. Fire, you can unmute your mic. Let me hear what you say. You think the Bible is a historical book? Yes or no? And let me hear why you think it is yes or no.
Yeah, the Bible is more than that. I think it's more than that, more than even historical. You know, it's the basic instruction before you leave this earth. So what me think is we are live forevermore, but we can't remember. You see what I'm saying? But our beings never could die. You see what I'm saying? Even in a judgment, which part we in a judgment right now. But if you look at it and sit down and say to yourself, even in a judgment, people are going to go hell, right? But you know, hell is a terms of they could come out of that condition with the Lord, correcting them. You check it? That means everyone are going to live forever. And for those who are in uttermost contempt, like really did real things and their heart is really messed up, you'll forever be a slave in the kingdom of God. Because he are going to punish you and make you pay back for the things them. For how you are, your being. And this is where it's showing like the devil are going to come out of the pit and him are going to try do wrong again. And God have to annihilate him, where he will be a kapui, like you wouldn't hear of him no more, like he will be destroyed. But that's the only entity that we heard that will be like a disappearance. But everyone else been here forever, and we just can't remember. But in our spirit, in our actual, like right now, when we are do whatever we are do, you see what I'm saying? It bring our remembrance, and this is like when you're being accurate or when you make a stupid mistake, you could tell all of them things with yourself, and that's your remembrance. Your remembrance is right now. You see what I'm saying?
All right, cool. So so let me just ask you now, right? You said that the Bible is more than a historical book, and we really want to try to find out if it is an historical book. Cyrus the Virus, big up yourself, man. Daniel Goment, yeah, big up, respect for the check-in. Nikki Willie, big up my sister. A Lark, big up, the thing of manners and respect. All right, so we're trying to establish if it's an historical book. I understand everything where you say it's more than an historical book, and it's basic instructions before leaving Earth. That's the anagrammatics that they apply to it. But why do we need basic instructions before we leave Earth? If he said basic instructions is applicable to the younger ones, them, the minors, as adults, what kind of basic instructions we need before leaving Earth? You get what me I say? But Miss Julia check-in. I would like to hear your perspective, and then it's over to you again, Fire. Miss Julia, what is your take on the Bible? Is it an historical book? What's your take on that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay, so it has certain elements in it that actually happen in history, like King Herod. But is it a historical book? No, I don't believe so. I think it's more than a historical book. And the fact that it's not historical is because a lot of it cannot be proven, like the lineage and just going back in time. But they do have certain things that actually did happen, right? Like King Herod, etc. But does that make it the entire book a historical, factual book? No. That's my take on it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Yeah. That's all.
Just make a point.
Yeah, man. I'm listening to you. I'm just setting up still. So
yeah, man, no problem. Yeah. All right, respect to Tuggy Fast enough for the first Sunday offering. The G said, good topic. This is why I follow up on your channel. Yeah, man, respect Tuggy Fast, man. Say we kind of diverse more time when it comes down to the conversations. When dancehall reasoning or social commentary. We reason about that still, but we also engage in this conversation on a Sunday, time and space permitting and things like that. All right, so when it comes down to the Bible, Holy Bible, Helios Biblos, Bible means book. The thing about the Bible is that it's an amalgamation of a number of books that were written all over the place. It's a compilation, right? There are a few historical characters mentioned. Cyrus the Great, yeah, he was mentioned in the Bible
Right.
as relates to the Babylonian captivity and whatever. He instructed Ezra, and Cyrus the Great says, "My God has instructed me to tell Ezra to go and rebuild the temple." So that's why Cyrus the Great, even though he was not quote unquote of Israel, he is considered one of the messiahs, or the quote unquote savior of the people, because he instructed Ezra to go and build the temple. Now the thing is this: now there are a couple historical names that were inserted into the Bible because the authors of the book, they wanted to validate their claims, to make it look as if it was an historical things. So the names of places that were actually written in them, a lot of them are actually historical places being mentioned.
Exactly.
It's just like somebody writes a fairy tale story, but they actually incorporate historical places to
Exactly.
kind of give that feel that it's a real and true story. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So right there, so that there. AI Shine. Big up to AI Shine for the check-in. Tolati Blake, how can we prove or disprove anything? Miss Julia, to me, you're like a shuffling in your foreground.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
know.
I don't know why. Okay, I don't know
Yeah.
why, because I'm not moving, but I'll be extra quiet.
Yeah, man, no problem. All right, so Tolati Blake, how can we prove or disprove anything? Through empirical evidence, right? It's very simple, a scientific methodology. And when we say scientific methodology, people, the first thing that comes to your mind should not be a nerd in a lab. All right? Science comes from the Greek word scio, which means to know. To know is to experience. So
Right.
you apply practical means to get the results or to see the results. That's all science means. So when someone said they are pro science, it no means that that's them pro some great astrophysicist in a lab or show some portion like in a Dexter the cartoon and things like that. No, people. Science means to know, and to know is to apply a practical methodology to establish the basis for your proof. That's how it
Um,
is. So yes, everything can be things can be proven and disproven.
yeah,
How we
it can be
do it is
proven.
science.
It can, and not only that, like there are different. Okay, I'm settled now. So listen, the reason, one of the main reasons why it's not a historical book, you see, there are certain things like say the flood and the Exodus that cannot be, it lack archaeological evidence, like what I said before last time we had the class, right? Like the conquest of Canaan and Exodus, archaeologists, right?
Right.
They have tried to find evidence of it to support the historical accuracy of it, right? It doesn't exist. Okay, not only that, but like the intention of the book, their arguments, which I agree with, that the Bible was primarily written as a theological text, which was supposed to convey spiritual truths, not necessarily to have historical record, right?
Right.
So, the stories have a lot of symbolic and moral purposes rather than it being a history book, right? And then also, too, there's a whole lot of contradictions and inconsistencies inside of it. There's a whole lot, right? The different genealogies of Jesus, in the contradictions in Matthew as well as in Luke, right? It undermines its reliability as a historical document. That's another thing, right? And look, the plagues of Egypt, the parting of the Red Sea, that's not mentioned in any of the Egyptian records or any other ancient records. So why did it not correlate? And also, guys, you have to remember, that the Bible has been retold and revised so many times. It has been edited over centuries, right? So even afterwards, all of those events that them describe, a lot of historical say it's prone to embellishment, right? And then reinterpret what happened. So there's no let me not say no, there is selective historical accuracy when it comes to certain things. The really and truly, the Bible, it mixes a lot of myth with a lot of fact, and that's the same thing what Imhotep was saying. Anyhow, continue, Imhotep.
Right.
Yeah.
Respected private figure, you know. Yeah, man. The G seal up him 9-month membership and say, bless up Imhotep, respect every time. Man, as I respect.
Bless up.
Tolati Blake, how can we prove what is real or far as 2,000 years later? A lot of that is proven in many aspects. You look at all the various cultures. You look at the Egyptians, you look at the Babylonians, you look at even the Sumerians,
right?
Who were way beyond 2,000 years old. A lot of historical artifacts and, you know, all those things have been found and, you know, deciphered and proven. So to say that things cannot be proven after 2,000 years is not so. And
it can be.
Miss Dula made a great point about even the flood, right? The flood, when it comes on to the plagues of Egypt and the Exodus and all those things, you know, yeah, there is nothing documented by the Egyptians. And the death of the first man would have been one of the most significant things in the history of the Egyptians, the plagues, all those things that was said. But the reality of things is that, you know, remember also that, you know, within the Bible itself, within the book, when you say Bible, it simply means book. Biblos.
Yeah.
That's all it means, book. It's nothing special about it like that to say the Bible simply means book. That's all it means.
Right.
What I'm saying is that when you look at the authors of the book itself, nobody not even know the authors in a real life. Nobody know who Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are. They don't.
Right. And not only that, Imhotep, for his question, listen, the archaeologists are able to dig up dinosaur bones and actually reconstruct dinosaurs and tell you what they look like, right? Everything in history that happens that really impact the earth, there is some account of it that we can find later on, right? Something like the Great Flood, something like the Great Migration, something like parting the Red Sea, we should be able to see some kind of archaeological evidence of it. The fact of the matter is, yes, there is historical accounts in the Bible, but not because a book has historical accounts makes it a history book, because historical accounts is actually mixed with mythological storytelling, right? And the theological teachings. That's why the Bible is such a beautiful and wonderful book. We can't just limit it and just say, oh, it's a historical book, because then we'll be quite wrong. Anyhow, yeah.
Right. And
I wanted to be able to see something to project upon.
One second. Me soon get the mic, my general. Yeah, man, big up to A-Lot, man. Yeah, man, I know I said that's kind of like the Sunday reason still, you know.
Hey, big up.
Yeah, man, Cyrus the Virus, you know, the thing got the Observer, yeah, Clip Cartel, yeah, man, big up, you know, Clip Cartel say intelligence. I run to Miss Julia V in very impressive quality. King Uzziah, King Uzziah in the building. Everything in the Bible is real. King Uzziah, you know, you saying it, yeah, you have to go prove it too. All right, Craig W, big up yourself, you know, think everybody, you know, manners and respect. All right, so Fire, yeah, man, you can go through, let me hear what you say.
Everything real from the book. Every single thing real. It's the word of God. What do you mean by
real? What do you mean by real? What does real mean to you?
That means everything did occur. Everything is real. If you boil it down, you could go and see Sodom and Gomorrah and that spot. It really have something going on there. If you really want to backtrack Noah and the flood, you could see something happen there. But matter of fact, let's take it more farther. With the things them that you can see, which is the sun up above. You check? It talks about how this thing here come into light. And it even talk about when it gonna stop lighting. Listen, this is the word of God. So it's not even just the basic instructions before leaving earth. This is actually the word of God. You check? That means man was inspired by God to show their experiences throughout life with how God dealt with their life. You know what I'm saying? Or miraculous things happen on earth, and all these people could have come up with at that time, is God did it. And God actually showed, like, manifested himself. And this is just a book that shows us that God separated himself from humanity. You know what I mean? And one day we gotta go back to that. And that's the same type of stuff in showing you that it's more than a book. It's a basic instruction before you leave earth.
Right. So
God,
that is, so you're mixing,
mm,
so you're conflating arguments now.
mm,
Because we're not saying that it's not an important book. We're not saying it's not a magical, it's a beautiful book. But when you say something is real, okay, let me agree with you first, right? There's some events and there's some figures in the Bible with archaeological findings. Okay, for instance, when the existence of Jerusalem, that's a real place. The existence of Babylon, the existence of Babylon is Nineveh, actually. It's right. Those are real. The artifacts such as the house of David, right? What them call the tell stele or some tell stele or something like that. That supports the existence of David. There's also a lot of historical framework, which is true.
mm,
Like basically them talk about real person events, like them talk about the pharaohs, and then Nebuchadnezzar was a real person. Pontius Pilate was actually a real person, right? Now, it's true. It's real when it comes on to cultural context as well. When them talk about, like, you know, the ancient customs or the laws that was practiced, right, near East in that time, right? And the
yeah.
exile in Babylon, the 6th century
So you
BCE.
agreeing with me? You saying it real?
Hold on.
Oh, hold on a
You have
fire.
to
Hold
allow
on
me
a
to
fire.
finish.
Oh,
You have to allow me
mm,
to finish. So there's historical layers, right? Like the exile in Babylon, the 6th century BCE. That's well documented, right? There's
mm.
also the realness, what people say when it comes on to the prophecies fulfilled, right? Like what you're talking about, right? Like the destruction of Jerusalem and the coming of Jesus. That supports its historicity. Historicity, that's the name of it. But at the
Well,
same
perfect. You
time,
speak a holy Emmanuel.
but at the same time,
That's who me
not
want to talk
because
about.
Fire, just hold on a fire, just relax now, my general. Just
I'm
it's
hold
with
on.
you.
Sunday, it's Sunday, and me not,
Yeah, man, just hold on,
right?
man. Make with us allow Miss Julia to finish her point. We're there, you know, so you will be able to speak as well. So don't worry yourself.
Right.
Finish the point, Miss Julia.
So not because the book actually has certain historical facts in it makes it historically accurate, because it's mixed with mythological elements, right? Such as the flood is mythological because there's no evidence of it. People went there and tested to see any remnants of any kind of flood when it come onto the stones, when it come onto the sand, when it come onto the people and the indentations on the rock. Nothing. The Exodus, them don't find nothing at all that back that up. Okay, the same everything that I was talking about. So there's absence, there's big absence to external records. People really wanted to prove the Bible right, but you have to consider the fact that even though it was the inspired word of God, according to what a lot of Christians believe, you must remember that it goes through the filter of a man's mind for a man to actually write it down. And you must remember these men were in a certain time and they were influenced by a certain culture. So a lot of the things that they write, even let's just say, give it to you, say it was the inspired word of God. Let's just give it to you and say that's what it was, right? You must understand that it goes through the filter of a human mind, so it will not be perfect and it's not historically factual. These are facts. Not
All
all
right,
of it.
so a quick thing.
Yeah.
Big up the Bob fam. And I just want to say this. I can write a story about Batman right now, right? And I can place him in historical places, right?
Right.
I can place him in Jamaica, I can place him in America, right? And me can use the history of Jamaica and America and tie it into Batman. So I can use a fictitious character and put that fictitious character in a historical place and give it an historical context, right? So me can say, yeah, man, Batman spoke with Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Batman spoke with Joe Biden. I can write those things.
Right.
And people can look and say, but wait, Andrew Holness did exist with you, you know. Joe Biden did exist with you. So that means a Batman real.
Right.
So that's the thing about the Bible as well. Some characters were placed in it and they actually added the historical places and some historical characters to validate that argument as well. Now, Miss Julia, I think I heard you say that David is real.
No, what I said was there are certain things that support him being real. Okay, so for instance, all right, I'm going to tell you. All right. For instance, there's artifacts what them call the House of David. So it's called It's called TELSTELE. Tel Stel or Tel Dan Stel, which is a reference to the House of David, which actually a lot of Christians purport it supports the existence of King David. No, I'm not saying that that means that King David was actually real, but the fact that the Tel Dan Stel, and you guys can look it up. TEL
I am aware of it.
DAN. No, not you. I know you are aware. Right. You are aware, but the rest of the people, the Tel Dan Stele, the fact that that exists, a lot of Christians purport that, see, this reference here, it supports the existence of King David. So it's not necessarily disproved or proved, but that's just one.
Right. So we're trying to when it comes on to that argument, right?
Right.
People purporting it to be
right. Doesn't mean it's true.
What it is, right? So,
exactly.
Right. So Christians can purport that the Tel Dan Stele, the same way how they use the Mernepa Stele to say that Isirara is written on it, and the Mernepa Stele is a ancient Egyptian stele that they say, Israel is mentioned in Egypt,
right?
And they use the term that it says Isirara to mention Israel to say, see, Israel is in Egypt.
Exactly. But I was just trying to show him. I was just trying to show him where I understand, because remember I was a Christian for many years, growing up. So I was trying to show him where I understand how Christians purport that the Bible being real for these reasons. But the fact that we have so many mythological parts of it, it basically tears apart the fact that it is a purely historical text. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, man. Big up to these nice in the building. Bob fam. Yeah, man. Big up. All the ones and where they are, we have 78 people. Respect for that. Just hit that like.
Everybody like it up.
Yeah, man. If you want to check in and share your perspective as well, you know how the thing go. We are open and receptive to the dialogue. Respect to Clip Cartel for saying the Tel Dan Stele. In 1993, archaeologists discovered the Tel Dan Stele. Let us make it clear. It's the archaeologists that name it this way, right? An ancient stone inscription that refers to the house of David. So, referring to the house of David, because as a matter of fact, it never said David, right? It never said Dawood. But that's fine. It referring to the house of David did not prove the historicity of a character by the name of David, and that's a key thing as well. David and Solomon are key components for the validation of quote unquote Christianity and things like that. However, remember that the Bible tells us, and remember also, people, the Bible, the King James Bible that we all use, irrespective of how we feel, all the various translations are from the King James Bible, written not by King James, but commissioned by King James, but written by Masons and occultists. And a lot of these things are written in allegory, in coded languages, right? A lot of the characters were allegorical. And guess what going now? The Bible tells us that what? David or Dawood, big up to logical reasoning then, David or Dawood would be defined as someone who is after God's own heart.
After God's own heart.
Now, when it comes on to the esoteric side of things, David represents the heart.
Yes.
That's the reason, the heart center. That's what David represented when it comes on to even metaphysics. Now, when you look at David, he could not build the temple. Why? Because what? He was a man of war, right?
Yes.
And that's why it is the Solomon that built the temple, because the wisest man is the builder of the temple. And remember, your body is the temple.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So, and when you look at even the description of the temple, it is speaking about your anatomy and physiology. So I do understand that people will use these characters to validate their historicity. However, a Tel Dan Stele, and we have to remember as well that there's a lot of fraudulent things that was done. There's a lot of interpolation, a lot of convolution, which means that a lot of things were inserted into. A lot of these archaeologists were funded by Israel.
Yes, that's right.
Right?
That's right.
To validate these things, to validate Israel. Let's keep that real. So the thing about it now is that David and Solomon, the Rastas them recognize David and Solomon, but here we go on now. Them only can tell with the Feta Nagas and the Kebron Nagas. Well, the Kebron Nagas wouldn't tell we about Menelik and the Queen of Sheba and things like that, and King Solomon, but that is also oral tradition. So a lot of the stories that are in the Bible also came from quote unquote oral traditions of various cultures. There's also cultural transmissions, right? A lot of the concepts. The book of Deuteronomy, we can show its correlation to the Hersha-Adan treaty. You get those are the laws of Hersha-Adan, and Hersha-Adan was an historical character. So it's an amalgamation of various cultural concepts and teachings and principles and things like that. But at the same time, like a David and a Solomon, I know people really want to make these characters real, but from a historical perspective, they are just quote unquote allegorical.
But you know what though? But Imhotep, I would, you know what? I think if we state it like it's not just allegorical, because really and truly, if you make him into a real character, you are limiting what he actually means. Because David represents the soul seeking union with the divine, That's why he's the heart of God, right? He is the source of love and forgiveness and purpose, right? So David is in reprimand. Listen, his esoteric dreams are so crazy. It's so much repentance, right? Because him always show that him always seek forgiveness, in love and devotion to God, right? Which is a core aspect of your of you seeking God, right? Him victory over ego. His battles and his triumphs actually symbolize overcoming personal weakness.
Time out. Is that something real or it ain't real?
No,
you can't say real 1 minute and ain't real and the next minute. You have to keep with your statement. I'm coming.
You're not no, but you're not. First of all, you're not coming because you're not understanding. You have to understand first before you walk, right?
Right.
So what I'm saying is, right, his meaning is very, very real to the journey, right? Being after God's heart, it reflects living in alignment with the divine love and wisdom. And he basically is a reflection of Christ's consciousness. You understand what I'm saying? Now, when you're talking about something real, and we talked about this before, before last week, right? It can be selective. It have to be something that you can actually prove, something that you can quantify, qualify, and something that actually leave traces. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't just make up and just say it's real just because it's real to you. You might have an experience, right? But that don't mean that it is actually what real means. But anyhow, continue. I'm listening.
All right. So 1 second the fire. I'm soon get the mic because I see with all your Morgan, Dawood, pendant and them sitting there. So it's like some fully Rasta settings you deal with. Nothing wrong with that still. But here we go on now. We are gonna reason it out and we're there still. But 1 second there. Big up man to Clip Cartel. Yeah, so
big up Clip Cartel.
The Bible have historical context because it does refer historical places, right? It does mention a few historical characters as well, right? It is also theology 100%. It's also allegorical, and it is also replete with occult, like hidden information or hidden knowledge or hidden wisdom. Big up the Top Striker, right? Big up the Top Striker as well for the check-in, because we respect the ones them who, and a dancer reason, but them check-in same way. They might rep them camp, but them check-in for that little reason still. But the King James did not translate the Bible from Hebrew to the quote-unquote English or whatever. Remember, it was Saint Jerome, right, who did the Latin Vulgate. You understand me I say? And it was from the Latin Vulgate. You have other texts, you know, this the Codex Sinaiticus, you have the Codex Vaticanus. But when it come in from the Hebrew, yeah, man, from Hebrew to Greek, that is with Saint Jerome with the Latin Vulgate. So at the end of the day, with King James, yeah, he took it from the Tyndale. Remember, there was a Tyndale Bible. There was also the Johann Gutenberg. Yeah, he was one of the first one. Them beside right him, I go print him, create the printing press, and then decided I'm gonna print them Bible. But the King James version was not a translation from Hebrew. It was more from the Latin Vulgate. I remember English is a derivative of Latin as well. All right, so
All right.
go to fire. Let me hear what I say.
Yes, so it's real good to hear me now, because the realest thing ever, right, is gonna be intelligence. You see what I'm saying? So what's algorithm, what you say? Who them study on university? I try to do
Allegorical.
all that.
Yeah.
Them spy people, them spies or whatever. It's not in it face no grounds when it comes to reasoning and intelligence. You see what I'm saying? To how you could understand if something is real or not. You feel me? So now,
No.
one
I don't
question I want to
know.
ask, because we was asked a lot of things on my half, and I want to have a solid ground and a strong foundation as ever to stand out where I have first started out is God's word, right? And now remember me, I have to tell you now, do you believe that Emmanuel, Holy Emmanuel, have really came to the earth and died for our sins and resurrected? Do you believe this, or do you thinking something else? Let me know.
All right. A quick thing. Yeah, before I respond to you, big up to Anne Marie Lark, A
Yeah,
Lark.
big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, for the super chat, aka the offering. Yeah, it's greatly appreciated, Anne Marie. 1 second there. Hold on, the people. Just give me a minute there, because I think I might have missed something here. Let me see. Let me just go back. All right, cool. Yeah, man. So big up to Anne Marie Lark for, you know, the super sticker. Happy Sunday. Support the streaming goal. Press the like button, people. Respect for that. All right. Before I answer you, hold on fire, because I hear you, right, about Emmanuel, right? Bob Fam, yeah, man, respectfully, in general, you're saying that you can't have no proof Imhotep existed by using Imhotep argument. The very same argument him use against David existence is the same that can be applied to Imhotep. That's a straw man fallacy, because Imhotep is actually proven to be an historical character.
Yeah.
The step is the builder of the step pyramid at Saqqara, right? Everything is there. All the archaeological evidence and
Well,
the
he's
Right.
not intelligent. He's everything but intelligent.
hold on, man.
Continue speaking.
Hold on, fireman. Fire us, hold on, man. Imhotep was worshipped in Greece as Asclepius, as a deity. You know why? He's considered to be the father of medicine, right? The father of mathematics. He's considered the most brilliant mind that to ever walk the earth, to the point where the Greeks worship him as Asclepius. However, Imhotep was a historical character who existed within the time of the Pharaoh Zosa. Hold on, fire. Hold on.
Objection.
Hold on. I have no problem with the objection, but hold on. So I am saying, people, anybody can prove Imhotep existence based on the history and the archaeology that exists in modern day Egypt, right? Go to the step pyramid at Saqqara. All archaeologists and historians, everything. As a matter of fact, right now, they are doing an excavation around the step pyramid at Saqqara, and they're digging up a whole heap of sarcophaguses, artifacts, and things like that, right? As it relates to Imhotep and what he did. So hold on. Fire, hold on, my man.
Christ realer than him. Christ is realer than him. Do you believe in Christ, brother? That's what I want to know.
Fire, hold
Christ
on, fire.
is intelligent. You
Fire.
know, crystal
Hold on.
clear.
Fire, just
Yeah.
hold on, please. Sunday service and a dance all reason we're over talking. We have to have reverence in the presence of as I say, Emmanuel. So make it work with your concept. So make we have some reverence. But hold on now. The Emmanuel part, right? Emmanuel simply means God with us, or with us God, right? That's what it simply means. So
Emmanuel mean God with us. Yeah.
right. So when you are gonna say prove the existence of Emmanuel, I'm not sure who you call Emmanuel though.
Matthew. The first chapter from the Bible, Matthew, cause you seem like you want to dig away at the Bible. So dig away now. Matthew, the first chapter, will tell you of Holy Emmanuel and his birth coming as being Christ. So you could go around it, but this is where we stand.
All right,
Do
yes.
you believe who that person is?
Yes, so who is Emmanuel to you? Fire is
the
I'm sorry?
Christ, the Holy Messiah, who
No,
died on the cross
Christ,
and risen again.
Hold on. Christ is a title, not a name. All
Right.
right? So it's a title that is given to more. Even Rastas look by Haile Selassie as the Christ, right?
His name is Holy Emmanuel in the first chapter of Matthew. If you read it,
But
it's saying the angels say his name is Holy Emmanuel.
I mean, but Emmanuel is
that's
also
the
a title. Fire. Emmanuel is a title
difficult.
that means with us God or God with us. It's also a title. So I am saying, who?
But
Give
I
me a
can't change
name.
the angels them word. The angel talked to Mary and told her this child is going to be the Holy Emmanuel. That's who he is.
All right, cool. So hold on. All right. Big up the Kai hype enough for the super chat.
Change the angel.
Okay. Fire, that's hold on, my general man. Respect to Kai hype for the super chat. The G said bless up, you know the thing go. Respect for the offering. Big up to Kenroy Isaacs. Yeah, man. Dead D in the building. Big up yourself, Dead D.
Yeah, big up Dead D.
You know, yeah, man. Big up. Listen me. Tolate Blake, you have a call in, you know. Cause you have a lot to type. Yeah, I think you have a lot to say as well. So call in for the first time, Tolate. Nothing wrong with that. All right,
Yeah.
make we invest a little piece of the reason and then we give to Miss Julia and then back to you, Fire. Cause you know it thing goes. So go to invest. Big up.
Big up invest.
Hey, evening time. Hope everybody good.
Yeah, man.
Me still from last night. I'm still up on the work, so I'm kind of lose energy now. But anyway, in my tech, this we really want to hear. We really want to hear your perspective, or anybody can give them perspective. Because, for example, you're saying that based on your purview, the limited historical evidence that would predicate your argument to say Jesus versus Imhotep. You said Jesus is just like a fictitious um, person, right? I'm not here to argue that. The reason why I'm not arguing that is there's so many things that were taught to us, but when you sit back and look at it now, you're like, does that even make sense? For example,
Right.
just use the calendar for a second. I'm trying to make a parallel, right?
Right.
Some people might say, because I raised up in the church. As a result of that, I was force fed certain things.
Me too.
The older I get, I'm gonna start doing my own research, and I was like, what? So think about this.
Right.
The calendar for a second. There is no way the first of the year should be January. There's no way.
Exactly.
How can the first of the new year is when everything is frozen? How? So
I agree.
so based off that, I think the Roman Catholic, because I think it coming off of paganism, some symbolism, right? That's what it's coming off. And I think these things are just there put in place to control, ultimate control, and can divide people. Oh, you are that religion, so you stay over there. You are that religion, so you stay over there. That's what I think the basis of this thing is. I don't think it's about to be holy and to worship this everlasting God. I don't believe it. I detest that right now.
Right.
So what you say about that?
All right. So
I wanted to answer to what he's saying, man. Something intelligent.
Hold
on, sir.
I want to speak on that.
Yeah, hold on, Fire. All right. So it's important for us to establish a number of things. When it comes down to the calculation of time, the Egyptians invented the hourglass.
Right.
And that was a means of calculating time. Now, we must also understand that, you know, in antiquity, we are talking about in ancient times, right? The calendar was a lunar one.
Yes.
Now, Pope Gregory That's
Yep.
why you hear they talk about the Gregorian calendar.
Gregorian calendar.
Right. Pope Gregory is the one who changed the calendar from a lunar calendar to a solar calendar.
Solar calendar.
Right?
Exactly.
So as a result of that now, they tell us that 4 weeks make 1 month.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
12 months, 1 year. Right? 12 months, 1 year. But guess what happened now? The year has 52 months.
Weeks.
52 weeks, I mean, sorry. 52 weeks. So guess what going now? If
Exactly.
it's 12 months make 1 year, that means it should be 48 weeks in the year, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. We're following. Yeah.
Right.
I believe in a different philosophy.
hold
I think
Fire,
the
hold on.
80 days should be put separate
Fire,
as the
hold
leap year.
on. Fire, hold
Okay,
on.
cool.
Hold on. The leap year thing is also nonsense. Leap year.
That's what me I tell you. The real thing what them have as a leap year. I try to tell you what they are doing as a leap year is
You
adding.
know what?
We take away
Guy, you
80
honestly,
days.
fire.
Fire.
Honestly,
Calm down, fire, man. Me know say you're
we
passionate,
can't.
but
Yeah,
we
but
can't
you
overtalk. Hold on.
can have passion, but you have to
Hold
have
on.
self-control.
Yeah, just remember as well. Let us make it clear as well, invest that guess what happened? There are cultures that guess what? They do not recognize the Gregorian calendar. In Saudi Arabia,
Right.
they don't want to use the Gregorian calendar. In Ethiopia, they have 13 months for the year. Because that's the real, all right, that's the more of a valid time. 52 weeks is 13 months. And if we are going to say 4 weeks, 1 month, 12 months, 1 year, it should be 48 weeks, right? So here go on now. In Ethiopia, it's 13 months. As a matter of fact, in Ethiopia now, it's not 2025. I think it's about 2018 there and about. Because of how they calculate the time.
Because of how they calculate the time.
So guess what happened now? This whole time construct is Western based. And here we go on now. The beginning of the year was always springtime because it's new life and rebirth. So that is how they actually recognize the new year, not in winter when everything dead, leaves drop off of the tree and quote unquote lifeless. That's why Jesus was depicted as the what? The sheep, the lamb of God, the ram of God, because the ram represent Aries. And we know say come March 21st, going into April 21st, that's Aries, right?
Spring.
Here we go now. New life and rebirth and everything will go on. We see everything that spring up back and things like that. So my point is the concept of the new year with January the 1st, it's a Western one, and it was superimposed on everybody else based
by
on
the religion
and imperialism and things like that.
and based on colonialism and religion as well.
Right. So remember, Fire say a quick thing, and then King Uzziah there. Michelle Clark check in. Fire. Say we ask nobody now cut you, so not cut nobody, please. Go ahead.
Okay, me and try and cut nobody. It's just times at the moment where I am gonna come in and talk, and I want to let you know why I have. That's gonna be talk about. So him talk about this calendar and different stuff, and we are looking at it. And when you see and observe, have anyone tried to observe anything? You know what I'm saying? Over my years of observing and looking forward to what Enoch been saying, it more seems like you have to actually put 80 days out from the months them and make each month be 30 days. 15 days first for the Lord and the next 15 days for you. This is unto the commandments. Upon this to show a book that's supposed to be in the Bible that ain't in the Bible from Enoch, and that's the one who told you that God gave him that intelligence to know the heavens and everything thereof. Also King Solomon. You see what I'm saying? So they will tell you how it should be done. And when they take and put 30 for a month, like how the Western do it, the Western took from them, the Hebrews. You check, that's how come they could they try and do what the Hebrews were doing, but ain't really got it because they add instead of take away and put in its own column and make every month 30 days. You see what I'm saying? And if they had followed that calendar, you see what I'm saying? It would have followed which part you have 80 days, and then you would have a accurate for what they have as a leap year, and they'd add it have been a column box where you push 80 days too, and it'll make perfect sense.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
there
but
is the
listen,
person who actually govern the heaven. Tell you this.
all right, hold on,
Enoch.
all right, hold on. All right, but remember, say even Enoch, his archetype is Gilgamesh, right? So, Enoch is not new. There were archetypes before him that epitomize the same thing. I just want to say this quick and fast, and then I'm gonna make Miss Julia say a thing, and then I'm gonna make King Uzziah say a quick thing, right? When it comes on to the Gregorian calendar, don't tell me say February of 28 days clear and 29 in each leap year. That leap year thing is nonsense. It makes no sense. It is as silly as that's why Chompa say him want get rid of the time change something. They went called again no man. Help me no people.
Daylight saving time.
Time. It makes no sense. That leap year thing make no sense. And guess what now? If we're calculating, that's why in Ethiopia, right, they have 13 months calendar because guess what? 13 by 4 is 52. And if we are going to say 4 weeks, 1 month, right, at the end of the day, we have to just call a spade and say if the year are 52 weeks, there are 13 months. So we understand where Pope Gregory and the Western world deal with. Miss Julia can go ahead and then
No, just to talk about this calendar thing. First of all, is based off of the calculated quote unquote birth of Jesus, right? Between 6 and 4 BCE, right? That's the first thing. Secondly, it was imposed by the Catholic Church. Anything not imposed by the Catholic Church, really and truly, you have to look at it again, and again. Okay, and also it is incompatible, as Imhotep was saying, with the lunar calendar, right? And the which is not only the Islam, the Jewish, and the Chinese, right? But the fact of the matter is, it disrupts the natural timekeeping of everything. It doesn't make any sense. The last days, as we were talking about, but because of the last days, that's why them have to have the leap year, right? It's inefficient, right? Because it is an uneven distribution of days in different months. There's some months with 28 days, some months with 31 days. Okay, and that's why before there were some proposals. There were some proposals by some countries to say, listen, why don't we all get on the same time and use the world calendar or use the IFC international fixed calendar, right? And it's been turned down because of the fact that them still want to have this Christian dominance, and they still want to have the workforce the way they have the workforce, right? So it's not accurate. It break away from sacred timekeeping, right? Because listen, the Mayans, the Egyptians, and that Julian system, right? It break away from that, and that those were perfect. So all of that stuff, you see, is in right now. It is the global standard, right? But the origins being religious, right? And the disruptions that it actually caused, and the fact that it's so inefficient, right? It's something that people need to look at again. But anyhow, continue. Yeah.
Right. Top striker. The thing about Jesus, Jesus is Greek. Yeshua is Aramaic. You understand what I say? So at the end of the day, my general, the name, I don't have a problem with the name, right? Because guess what? Even Joshua, there are similarities between Joshua and Jesus and Yeshua. That's the reason why Joshua was considered a Messiah as well under Christ, because he's the one that led the children of Israel into the promised land. You get what I say? Big up yourself, man, and big up to these so nice, big up Destiny, big up to Sean Hines, manners and respect, big up to Thinking and Destiny, Kenra Isaac. I big up the people I'm checking on a Sunday, because them look a reason 94 people there. It means that people are listen what I go on. All right. So make King Uzziah say a quick thing, and then Michelle Clark after.
Yeah, bless up, Imhotep, bless up, Miss Julia. Invest and who else upon the panel? Bless up.
Yeah, bless up, King Uzziah.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. I never talked to you since New Year.
Yeah, same to you guys. Bless up. Invest said a few good points. So we all can agree that January is not the beginning of the year. So Imhotep rightfully said it's, and fire too is in the Aprilish type of time when the new moon coming for the spring. That's what we consider as the new year, biblically speaking, right? Now, Invest made a point about the Catholic Church. The issue that most times we have is that as Christians, everybody believes we're all one boat. We're not. The Catholic Church, we believe they're the Antichrist system. They're against all that is Jesus. So we don't want to put them in the same boat like we're a part of them. They're the corruption of the world. When we talk about biblical, Jesus spoke against the Antichrist and the system that would claim to be like they would impose or infiltrate the true church. So when you talk about the Catholic Church, they're not a part of the true church that believe in Jesus Christ. You understand? So they're the mother church of the world system. So they would appear to be the real ones, but they're not, because they don't follow nothing that's in the Bible as far as the rules and the laws of what Jesus left. They they don't abide by none of that. You understand? So we are not a part of them. And as far as Miss Julia was speaking about the historical, there's a Christian scientist called Ron Wyatt. I think he's dead now.
Yeah.
He did a lot of research on like what you guys are looking for, like evidence of certain architecture and certain things. Like he did that, and he was well renowned worldwide as one of this Christian scientists that found a lot of these places that the Babylon he found pretty much everything that
Yeah,
we're,
I know.
we're
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're
right.
talking
So if those that are watching and want to see some form of evidence,
about.
because evidence based, he's
But
a
he
great
did
guy.
also say, but he also did say that there's a lot of that was not found though, like with the
Right,
Exodus
right,
and stuff like that. So
right,
yeah,
right. So
because he was a
he
really great scientist too, actually. Yeah, go ahead, dear. Listen.
right. So he gave a lot of evidence to some of the things that people are looking for.
That's
Now, of
right. That's
course, there
right.
won't be everything, you understand, but at least those that like evidence could go look
Mm-hmm.
to his work and
Mm-hmm.
see that
And
he was world renowned, known as a person that found a lot of things. So yeah, that's just my comment for now until till the next topic.
All right, cool. So I think when someone's a Christian scientist, yeah, I think it's
Right.
like island water. You understand?
Oxymoron.
Yeah, I think it's more of Christian apologists. Just like how you had Justin Martyr, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Ones and ones might not be familiar with Justin Martyr. A lot of people might not be, but yeah, he's one of the great Christian apologists, right? And he did present arguments to validate, the validity of Christianity. Now, at the end of the day, we have to look at, if we're gonna say that okay, all these things were historical and we want to say these people were historical and things like that, then we have to look at the scientific methodology. You get what I'm saying? So here go on now. Remember in the early 19th century, and when we say 19th century, we're talking about the 1800s, right? 1800s was when John D. Rockefeller created the Oriental Institute in Chicago. Now, the Oriental Institute in Chicago was designed to fund archaeologists going to Egypt and Babylon to study the Egyptians and the Sumerians and things like that, and to validate that these were European civilizations, right? Now, a lot of the information that they presented, right, did not prove that these were European civilizations. So even Egyptology was created to prove the fact that all of the greatness of Egypt, and Egypt is in Africa, people. Let's make it clear, right?
Yeah.
The Oriental Institute funded these archaeologists like Samuel and Kramer and all these people. Even the guy there, that actually deciphered the quote unquote Medunetter, the hieratic and the demotic, Champollion, right? That was when Napoleon invaded Egypt. That was in 1799. Yeah, the French through Napoleon invaded Egypt. They conquered Egypt, and the archaeologists like Champollion, they started to do their research, and that's when they say they decipher the hieroglyphics, aka the Medunetter, and the hieratic and the demotic and the Coptic. Now, a lot of these quote-unquote Christian apologists are trying to prove the historicity of, Jesus and Paul and David and Solomon, but all they are giving us is anecdotals. All right, let me just allow Michelle Clark to say a quick thing there, people. Got you, Michelle. Big up yourself.
Big up, Michelle.
Hello, everyone.
Hi
Happy New
there.
Year.
Happy New Year,
Bless,
love. Happy
bless,
New
Same to
bless,
you,
Year.
Michelle.
How you guys? Not
blessings.
listening for
Happy New
right now. I'm
Year.
not ready for
Blessings to
chime
the
in yet.
ladies,
Now
them
we'll
for real.
listening
Respect
real quick and then
Yeah.
now
for all
chime
the
in,
ladies,
yeah?
even the other lady.
Good to hear you. Good to hear you.
Yes, 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 sis.
All right, cool. All right, cool, Michelle. So since I say I go and listen, we don't have a problem with that. So since we're arguing about the Bible being an historical book, let me hear Invest take on that there. The characters in the Bible, just you know, if you want to mention some, because as we say, we can identify a couple. There are few in the Bible that are historical, right? We can talk
Right.
about Cyrus, we can talk about
Pontius
Nebuchadnezzar,
Pilate.
Pontius Pilate, a few, but
Right.
the key characters that would validate Christianity, like all of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob,
Jacob,
David,
David. Yeah.
Solomon, Jesus.
Solomon, yep.
Jesus.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? All of
Yes.
them people, like Jeremiah, Nehemiah, and the prophets, and all those people. You know,
Yeah.
as me I say, are them people that would really want to say, all right, they are historical, slam dunk the thing solid. But I'm trying to establish now, can we prove that these characters are historical? You know, because it's important for the validity of the Bible. So, what is your take on that? All right, go ahead, Invest, because me and you want to say a thing.
Yes, yeah, that's a good point you made, and I'm in the position right now where I'm not in the frame of mind no currently to argue if the Bible right or which religion is right. I'm trying to find the truth, and
Right.
I try to make parallels with something else, just as though they can superimpose on us that New Year start in January, right? And
Mhm.
we can say no. It doesn't make sense. Why is that people still hold on to the Bible and say, well, the Bible is truth? Why? The
Right.
The
powers
only
maybe still set these systems up. I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, just to push back for you. But remember, Invest, I
Well,
just said to you that we don't really believe in that. That's what I'm saying. That's a different teaching. Biblically, we believe
No, no, no.
it's in the
But
spring.
isolate the Bible for a second. The reason why I came up with I mentioned the calendar. I'm just saying
mhm.
the powers may be, right? Forget about the eastern region for a second, western region that we live in. The powers may be tell us that New Year's is January, right? We grew up and we believe that. The same thing can be said of the Bible as well. Most people in the Western believe in the Bible. Most people, other than other
Yeah,
Okay.
religions, right? So
exactly.
I'm saying, so I am saying, why is it that you just now said, you make my point for me? You said the calendar is wrong. Okay, fine. Why is it that you're still holding to Bible as well? And the powers may be actually superimpose on us that yes, the New Year's is January, and
Oh,
when you
okay,
look at
okay,
even nature,
Hold on, Isaiah.
you look at nature prove to you that that is incorrect.
In a
okay.
step,
So
And
what
so
you're
so
Can I
exactly
so
what
say
I
okay?
something,
say,
man?
and that's the
One
same
second.
question
I'm
we
gonna give it back to
answer.
Imhotep. Let me just ask. Oh, so what you're saying is, since we know that that's wrong, we should also believe the Bible's wrong. That's what you're saying? Because I
where's
thought
the
you meant
proof?
that.
Just
I
so
thought you
so
meant it was
hold on,
okay. No, hold on, hold
hold
on. I
on.
thought you
No,
meant that.
we have to argue
Mhm.
correct. We have to argue the points correctly. This is not just
Right,
feelings or belief or whatever, right? We have to
right,
argue the
right.
points correctly. Just as
Yes.
though the powers may be. Said it, name it
Hmm.
the Roman Catholic, the Catholic Church, whatever the case may be. Right?
Right,
Symbolism, then use Julius Caesar and stuff like that to
right,
say the New Year's is in January.
right.
Everybody that born after certain dispensation believe that New Year's is January. Correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Mhm.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm saying, I am using that to create a parallel to say, why is it that we who are trying to seek knowledge look at that and say, something is
Right.
right there? Because nature prove and say, how can we say New Year's is in winter when things are frozen? How?
That's
Okay.
not from the
And we
Bible,
can
though.
we
And why the Bible
hold
is
on,
not
oh man,
right there.
hold on, oh man. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible in terms of the calendar. I am using this as a reference to say, why is it that you believe that the calendar is wrong that we use now, but you still hold on to the Bible? When is the powers maybe put both of them for us? They give it to us, right? Almost force feed. So why we hold on to one and we detest the other? Why?
Because the Bible clears up of Enoch, telling you of the clearing up that they are wrong. Because you gotta remember the Bible ain't for everybody, and they push it in America like it's for everybody.
I
It's
just
for
don't
one race.
understand. I just don't understand why we keep on going back to the Bible for the answer. Why?
Right. Because
Right,
Mr.
exactly,
Guano,
Inver.
because Mr. Guano,
Right,
remember say,
exactly. Why
remember
you
say,
keep
Exactly.
on going back to the
Why
Bible for an
exactly?
no,
So,
remember,
answer?
Because the
Imhotep, hold on,
Bible
guys, one at a
is the
time, please.
intelligence of it.
no,
One
Like
at
hold
a
on,
time.
Enoch
One
fire,
a
did.
second. One at a time. One at a
fire,
time.
hold on, fire, hold on.
But I
Because
am always on hold. I never get to say my point, man.
no, you just said the Bible and you mentioned Enoch. So what you mean? You
Yes,
said,
and I know they say, well, why the Bible? Well, why the Bible? I'm gonna tell you, and then y'all stopping me, man.
all right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You dig? Yeah. So why the Bible? Because the Enoch book is not in the Bible, but it's supposed to be part of the Bible. But yet we have basically the government, which is another race of people what ain't they gonna go to hell for what they're dealing with. You dig? And God talking about he's not their people, and they're adding to this
I I,
Bible
I
and
I'm
taking
I'm
away
Listen,
not.
one
from
a
it.
I
sec.
So
Hold
don't
on
now
think
then.
this.
Hold on then.
No,
Enoch,
One
where
a
is
sec.
Hold
hell?
on,
Enoch,
guys.
Enoch book supposed to be in the Bible, but it's not. And that's the
All
book
right.
that tell you the
Where's hell?
intelligence of calendars.
All right.
And
So
So
he's
hold
when
from
on.
hold on,
Ethiopia.
hold on there. So Imhotep, after Michelle talk, I want to say something, please.
Right. All right. No,
Go
no
ahead.
problem.
Yeah.
Big up to Willie Ross MP now. Yeah, man. King Colons in a say word, me general. Is it?
Big up.
All
Big
right.
up.
All right. So fire. Are you familiar with something called Enochian magic?
Yes, I have heard of different stuff, sorts of magic. I heard of that before.
All right. So I just want to say this, right? Because you keep on mentioning Enoch, but if you ask you say, prove Enoch, where you going to run to the Bible?
Enoch is not in the Bible. That's what I'm trying to explain. Like the intelligence
No, I'm
of the
sorry.
calendar,
No, stop that, no man. Stop that.
it got
Stop,
rooted out
stop that.
from the
No,
Westerns.
stop, please. If you say the book of Enoch is not in the Bible, yeah, we can agree. But to say Enoch is not in the Bible, it's not correct because the Bible tells us about Enoch and how Enoch walk with God and yada
Exactly.
yada. So let's not say Enoch is not in the Bible. Fire.
But his books is not
Well,
there. That's what I'm saying.
hold
And
on,
it's
man.
true.
You know, hold
They
on,
root
man.
his books away.
Hold on, because we hear you. That's why whenever we are speaking, let us be as accurate in our statements. You can't say Enoch is not in the Bible, and when corrected, they're going to say the book of Enoch.
Exactly.
Initially, you say the book of Enoch is not in the Bible, but when you say Enoch is not in the Bible, you get pushback. So hold on. Miss
That's not
Julia,
what
let
you're
me
trying.
ask you.
Yeah.
Hold on, no. Miss Julia, go ahead.
Okay, great. So listen, nobody is saying that the Bible is useless, right? What we're saying is it is okay to question it, okay? And maybe you have interpreted everything literally and you're doing an injustice to yourself as a reader of the Bible and doing an injustice to the Bible itself. The Bible is still timeless for its ethical teachings, the moral guidance, right? The values. Okay. Also, people don't look at the Bible like with people look at the Bible one way. You know, the Bible is actually a beautiful work of art. That's why they have the poetic beauty. That's why they have Songs of Solomon, Psalms, all of that stuff, right? Talking about the human emotion and this and the spirituality. I love the Bible, you know. It's not only is inspirational power, all of that, right? But all of the richness what it have metaphysically, right? And the wisdom that is in there. You understand what I'm saying? And just the fact of it is just it's a symbol of human aspiration. Really, really. So when you're looking at the Bible as just a literal thing, I think it is actually robbing you of the beauty what you can actually find if you actually allow yourself to look at it with clear eyes. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of things in it that is mythical, but that doesn't mean that it is less impactful. Okay, so nobody is saying that just because of the fact say it is not historically true and maybe we need to look at it a little bit deeper. Nobody is saying that that means that it's useless. That's not what we're saying. So we don't want to get that wrong. You understand what I'm saying? So
All right,
that's all
cool.
that I'm saying. Continue.
Right,
Yeah.
cool. All right, hold on, guys. Big up to the 102 people there on the Sunday, I know. Top striker, do me a favor, right? Please and thank you. Just type in the chat one biblical prophecy that came true. Me want you to type one. Because since you're saying, tell me one prophecy in the Bible that never came true, tell me one prophecy that came true.
Came true.
Yeah,
Exactly.
type it in the chat, please and thank you. All right, so make Michelle say a quick thing, and then Invest can say a thing after, and King Uzziah.
Yeah.
Well, me know the Bible as being a play.
Mm-hmm.
It was a play that was written
Mm-hmm.
by a family, and that's just how it is. And me not see, because I don't see this thing as being physical, how these Christian and all
Right.
religion go. I me not see the physicalness of anything. Me not see this Jesus and this God and He, and I don't see it that way.
Right. Right.
And
Exactly.
like
Michelle.
when the brother was saying about hell, them all go, where's hell? I don't
Yeah.
see
Where is
hell.
hell?
When me I live right there, so heaven and hell. If I don't want to describe it, are we there?
Right.
Heaven and hell right here upon earth. So until somebody pass away and go to heaven and come back and tell me that then go see heaven, or dead and go hell and say them go see them experience hell.
I'm sorry, is that me or Michelle?
Must be Michelle. Michelle, you chip out because I can't hear you too.
Yeah. I said until someone pass away and go to
Yeah.
hell and come back and say they've been to hell, they experience hell, or go to the heaven that they talk about and say they experience heaven, then you can come and say, okay. But other from that,
Right, but you see, the problem is, Michelle, the concept of hell, it came from Hades. That's a Greek term. It came from the quote-unquote Hebrew term Sheol, and it was talking about the grave. You get what I'm saying? But we understand, say, in modern Christianity, they make it look like, say, there's a devil somewhere with a
Right.
piece of fire.
exactly.
And God
Exactly.
allow one devil to be one place we want fire where he might go send to the devil. So it's a partnership between God and the devil. Right? So God will say,
Exactly.
devil, me I gonna allow you to build one place where you run that place there. And I'm going to send all the wicked people down there to you, and you deal with them, and all the good people forward up on my side.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
these are concepts that were actually, metaphorical, right? And allegorical. And people will say a hell, because I'm sure so the man where they are GP now, they must say a hell them there.
Hell
Yeah.
them there.
Guess what's going to happen now? In reality, being in a heaven and hell is a state of mind or a state of consciousness, right?
Yep.
If you're going through dark times or rough
Yep.
time, you say what? I went through hell. And if you have money and life is good and you can go up on vacation, you say what? I feel like I'm in heaven and all them something there. Because
No, I'm not say that,
no, but I'm just saying concepts. The concept is heaven, right?
Yeah.
It's a state of mind. That's why in even Luke 17, verse 21, it says, the kingdom of heaven is within you. Because
Exactly.
it's a euphoric state.
Exactly.
As a matter of
Exactly.
fact, even in Africa, they said heaven was between the legs of a woman. In other words, when
Come with it now, man. Come with it, man. Yes, there we go.
when we do good, the best feeling for a woman ever in life is when she a come. And the best feeling for a man in terms of euphoria is when he ma come to. Tell me a better feeling in terms of euphoria outside of that. So you see, those were concepts that reflected mental states, but we understand, say, in ancient times and in certain traditions that they also acknowledge, say, heaven, or hell is the grave, or Sheol, or things like that. In Egypt,
I like to mention more.
underworld. I'm sorry, Fire. What you said?
When you get time, I like to voice something about a heaven and hell, cause it was me. And let me continue with the time.
Hold on, Fire, because here we go now for all the Bible believers, right, and who accept the Bible to be factual. One thing we can't go around, them have to take Jesus' word and what Jesus said. And according to the Bible, Jesus said in Luke 17, verse 21, say what? The kingdom of heaven,
Of heaven
is within you.
you.
Paul said he was
Yep.
caught up in the what? The third heaven and
The
all
third
those.
heaven.
So
Yep.
these are reflecting
Yep.
about mental state and not a physical place. But anyways,
You see the perfect word. The symptoms is here,
hold on now.
but you don't actually reach there yet.
Fire.
The outcome ain't there yet. But you
Fire.
don't feel the symptoms.
Fire.
Calm
Hold
and
on.
thing this.
Fire, just hold on now, because I want you to make your point so everybody can hear you. So we don't over talk and things like that. You get what I'm saying? The destruction of Jerusalem was prophecy in destroyed in 70 AD. No, my general. In 70 AD was the Maccabean revolt, right? Right, and that's where the book of Maccabees speak
The
about
book
the
of
Maccabean
Maccabees, yeah.
revolt and things like that. So 70 AD was the Maccabean revolt against the Roman rule and things like that. So that's a prophecy like that still. But anyways, let me make Fire making points so we all hear him, and then King Uzziah can say a thing.
So back to my statement. What we having is people are granting everyone things like if they are God. You see what I'm saying? And this the one who actually translated the Bible to us today. They have even determined who is a prophet from who ain't a prophet. And that's who we got in the Bible and who they decided, even the one who walk with God, his book ain't validated to be in the Bible because whatever reason they feel. So we are seeing right there that it's people who came with this type of intention that meant us good, but really and truly wanted to serve their own purpose with like what's real, what's for us. You see what I'm saying? What God is actually using his word, manifesting, inspiring people.
Is it me or Fire is breaking up? Which
It's
one?
fire
To
breaking up.
basically show
Fire,
about
Fire,
their
you're breaking
life
up, you know.
or
Fire, you're breaking up.
events that can only say. Okay, I say with situations happening in life that only ones can say that is God had his hands in this situation. And we'll be a fool. That's the first thing that comes with intelligence here on my book and what the Bible really stands out to be and what God manifesting to be crystal clear is intelligence. You see what I'm saying? So if you gonna say ain't have a God, you first of all is proving yourself to being unintelligent, to seeing all what going on in front of you with nature and everything that how the world actually manifest and show you intelligence, and you like reneging that there is a God. So if you could see
So who said
intelligence,
there
you
is no
must know
God?
you have a God.
Yeah, but who's saying that them don't believe in a God, or that them
No,
don't
because
subscribe
one
to?
was saying that ones was saying in reference or it could leave room for ones could even say that hey yo and the story where you talk about with this unless you go to heaven and come back, so that means you taking the same Jesus Christ that are believing in the Bible and him telling you about hell and him telling you about heaven, you're taking his heaven part, but you don't want to take on when he's telling you that he have a hell.
All right. So
Ain't
hold
that
on.
Well,
Now.
me,
All right.
first
So
of
hold
all,
on.
me not me
Hold on.
like the God.
Fire, hold on now. Fire, hold on now.
I
We
think
hear
you
you.
misunderstood what she was
No,
saying,
man.
because
But
that's
hold
not
No,
on.
what she
first
was
of
saying.
all, the
But
God
right,
thing. You see, when you
right,
come with the he, me not go for that.
right,
Come in a seat, me not see it physical. You
exactly.
understand?
Mm,
Number one, right off the block. Me not go for the
mm.
he and them things there. So right off there, so you put that to the side when it a come on to me. Me
All
not do
right.
that.
All right. Let me
Me
say a quick
see
thing there.
me don't see
You have
physicalness.
to see,
Hold
and
on.
that's why it is going on with the most human
Hold
being.
on, no,
But
man.
you
Fire,
can
man.
see
Hold on, no,
intelligence.
fire.
That's what I'm trying
Hold
to
on, no,
show you.
fire.
And if you
Fire,
cannot
hold
Hey,
still
on.
say there is
listen
no
to the
God,
host, the virgin. Come
Fire,
on, man.
yeah, all the meds, bro. You just say a lot of while ago. Just hold on, no, man. You make it like I say a race like you see in Bolt. We hear your brother. What Michelle say is that anthropomorphic thing where you deal with, where you're applying human characteristics to the divine, right? Yes, it is a new concept. It's not an ancient concept, because guess what going now? They never applied human characteristics to the divine like that. When it comes on to even the concept of say a heaven and a hell, and I look at the ancient Egyptians, there was a car and the bar. The car and the bar is the spirit and the soul. And you go down to the underworld and you're judged. And if your heart now we as light as the feather, the crocodile is there. I can bring up a judgment scene and show you. Right? So they
Right.
are showing is that if your heart is not as light as the feather,
That's other.
the crocodile is right underneath the scale,
Yes.
right?
Right.
To devour you, which means it's the same thing as Christianity, bringing it back to say, if you're evil, you're going to hell, and if you're
Right.
good, you're going to heaven. First thing first, in quote unquote, the original Christianity, when you can go back to the Syriac Aramaic Christianity, right? The concept of heaven and hell being physical places was not accepted or recognized. It's really the Catholic Church that really brought in heaven and hell being physical places as a way to instill or engender fear and submission to the people. So heaven and hell, these concepts are not new to Christianity, because you have other cultures like Egypt, even in this with the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians. These were concepts that were way before, but as I said, the Catholic Church, in order to subjugate the people and keep them living in a state of subjugation, at the end of the day, them just say, here we go now. Heaven and hell. If you don't believe, you got hell, and if you believe, you got heaven. Top striker, my general, me still a wait for you tell we, you know. Top striker, me still a wait for you tell we one prophecy we fulfill where we can see about that. But let me just allow Invest to say a quick thing, and then King Uzziah.
Yeah, but they want you
Yeah,
want to touch upon some things, but got to Invest.
Big up.
yeah. This is another thing. Society is a social construct. You have, when you set up a society, you set up rules. You have the police, you have the fire, you have certain rules in terms of traffic laws and stuff like that. So the same thing can also be said in terms of the powers may be create these systems to, as Imhotep just alluded to, the fact to subjugate people, to put people in a certain box. So you have to follow certain certain rules, certain way of life. Because and I said before, I don't care if somebody want to believe in a whoever they want to believe in. I am just trying to find the truth, and I'm trying to ask these people. And every time you ask them a question, it's just to create a parallel and then going back to the Bible. You cannot use the Bible to answer this, because I am saying you blatantly said you disagree that January is the start of the new year. You agree, or you detest what their powers may be present to us. Why is it that yet still, these people who are so brazen to force us to believe anything, but yes, still you still believe, hold on to this Bible. You still believe even some of the stuff in the Bible. It said,
Right.
slaves obey your master, and you still hold on to that as well. What is this thing
You
about?
you
What
want me to
is this
answer?
thing about?
All right. Let me clear up, because obviously that's a misunderstanding. All right. Let me clear up some things. Right. All right. When I told you earlier, right, that you're measuring it off of what the Catholic Church do, we have to come to the understanding that a true believer, they're an enemy to us, right? Okay, so you say they created this new day, which are the new year, whatever.
Right?
I told you we don't believe in that. The holidays that they create, we don't
Is it
believe in
me
that.
or is it me?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can hear
hearing
you.
Uzziah loud and clear, you know.
Yeah. Me
Okay.
too.
All right. So what I'm trying to say to you is this: the powers that be, they didn't create the Bible. The Bible goes against the powers that be. The Bible tells us not to listen to a lot of stuff they tell us, not to believe in a lot of stuff they tell us. So when you say the powers that be, you don't want to make it look like, because the Bible clearly goes against governments and certain authorities in the world, and certain, because it's only one king,
Let me push back and say
one
one
throne.
point. Let me push back.
Well, on the invest. Well, on the invest.
Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry.
on the invest. Yeah, yeah. Let me just, like I said. So the Bible only believes in one king, and whatever the world say that the Bible don't say, we go against it. If they say we must accept colorful rainbow things, we can't do that. If the Bible says the new year is in April and they say such and so, we cannot do that. If they say Christmas is real, And the Bible said, no, we're not doing Christmas. So when you say the powers that be, we don't, our true believer doesn't believe in what the powers that be say.
All
So
right,
that's
so
what I'm
hold on.
saying. We got to, what are the imitate?
Terrorists were bringing
No, hold on, Michelle, make you
what,
finish. But
what,
landing
yeah,
up, long flight you take.
yeah, it's a long flight because I might not catch another flight in a while. But hear me, I said, the thing is, if we don't understand the difference, that they're the opposition of, they're the opposite of what this is the Antichrist, the beast system. So we don't want to make it look like we're all one big family, because them I said false Jesus and them I said this. They're not the real thing. So don't believe everything they say to say that and then throw it on all Christians at the same time. We have to understand it's them versus the truth.
All
You
right.
understand?
Can you allow me to ask one question?
Yeah, hold
Oh,
on.
sorry.
Before you ask one question, big up to the 109 people were there. You get what I say? First thing first, King Uzziah, before I give Invest the mic, the Bible says, obey the laws of the land. So the Bible is actually telling us to respect the authority who are
Not
ruling
true.
over you.
Not
Hold
true.
on,
Not
man.
true.
Hold on, brother. Of course, that's in the Bible. Say,
It's in the Bible, but there's a context to that.
no, hold on, man. You said the Bible don't say that, brother. So now me are saying
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. No, I'm just saying it's a context to it.
Just hold on, Uzziah, please. Because you're saying one thing, and when me I show you, say the Bible does say you must obey the laws of the land. Yeah, I said there's context to it. There's no context there.
There is a context. That's why I said if the law goes against, yeah, but you can't just say something 1 minute, say, brother.
Brother, hold on, man. Not because me I say what me I say, me have to respond immediately.
All right, got you.
I am saying is that the Bible say respect the laws of the land, which means the people who are ruling over you, you respect the laws of the land. It means you must respect them religious practices, especially if you are quote unquote Christian and they are pagans. But the Bible does say, obey the laws of the land. Big up to Germany, Simon, indigenous movement. Big up yourself, my general. Big up to the people who are there. Kevin Barker, bless up. Drop a like on the stream. Everybody. Lynette, big up yourself, my sister. All right, make Invest go through and respond, and then loving one day or two people who want to make him say a thing and they will circulate it.
Yeah, I think there's also some confusion there, because you're saying that the Bible goes against society, and I disagree, because there's some things in the Bible, even paying taxes. Did Jesus tell his disciples that they're supposed to pay them taxes? It's in the Bible, right? Give unto Caesar what due to Caesar. Another thing, who commissioned Jesus to be painted as white? That the picture that we have now. Who commissioned that? That's what I say. Society and these things are social construct where they make up. And it is force-fed upon us in the West. Right? All my life growing up in Jamaica, there's an almanac we get every New Year's. And it have this white Jesus on there. And then too, when you take the correlation, Jesus born in Bethlehem, that's the Middle East. Those are not white people. Right? So I'm saying we grew up now and we try to search for the truth, and we say, no, we make a correlation and we say something is wrong there. It's the same thing I'm saying with the Bible. I'm just using the isolated for a second. Why do you still believe it, even though societies, the poor maybe just put this thing on us? We are from, let's say our line is from Africa. We're not believing, we weren't supposed to, it's not traditional, our stuff, this Christian religion. No, it's not. It's not our stuff. Christianity wasn't there from the origin of time. It wasn't.
You see, the most interesting thing about what you just said in Invest, right? And big up to Ron Noble as well, is that all of these biblical things that we're speaking about is applicable to a place they now call the Middle East, that encompasses Israel, Jordan, Lebanon. You understand me? I say Syria. You understand me? I say, and guess what going now? We are worshiping people and gods. What the Bible tell you come from them place there, and guess what? We not have no connection to that place or those people. So why we are worship them people are not to worship the people them, but the whole Bible is based on that geographic location, so to speak, right? And we are deal with the quote unquote God from over there. So We are dealing with the prophets, them say then come from over there. So, and guess what? Over there, so now have nothing to do with we as a people. So that's the most interesting thing as well. But make we just make love.
Me can't answer
Hold
because
on,
he was asking
Osiah,
me a
man.
question.
Osiah, hold on, please, Osiah. 7 people are here. So when you make
All
a
right.
point and somebody say a thing where you need to respond, make we just make loving one making point and then allow you to respond after. That's fair enough. So go ahead, loving one.
Good afternoon, Sir Tep. Good afternoon, panel.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. New Year's greetings to you all.
New Year's
Trust
greetings
that
to you.
Happy New Year.
your New Year is
Greetings,
going
greetings.
well so far. And
Yeah, man, bless up,
the
loving
first,
one.
yeah, man, thank you. The first class after so many promises of classes that were to be held, expectations were dashed. But anyway, I mean, life goes on. That's in the past. We're
Right.
dealing
Are we
with
there?
today.
No. Are we there? No, man. Better late
I
than
know,
never.
right?
Yeah, continue still.
Yes, man. Very interesting topic, and one of the topics I want, the one that we are now on. And if I just may preface what I am about to say is that one of the things that I think this channel and this time of reasoning is based on is that it's the level of respect that we have for each other in terms of allowing each other to speak. And we can disagree without being disagreeable, and we have established that, and we would love to take that forward with the permission of Sir Tep. I mean, he's the person who operates this channel, and it is his platform. Thank you again for making it available. Yes, sir. So, is the Bible an historical book? Yes, it is. Why do I say that? Because history is based on events that have happened in time past. And controversial though it may seem, history is also today, and history will also be tomorrow. We call it the future, but it's still history. So why do I say that? When I go back to the beginning, because all that we're seeing and we're talking about, it did not just happen by chance. It came into existence. And so the question is the who of the existence, the what of it, and the why of it. Because if history has to do with time, then there was a period when there was no time. Which other set of writings that can state a claim, validate the claim, and we see the proof, and we can go back and examine the evidence and match the evidence with the proof that we have that the God who revealed himself through the pages of the Bible is the one who did or have done all of that we are looking at. And we ask, and so when we look at the account of Genesis, we see some principles that have been established, and they are the principles that operate the world in which we live in today. Man might try to use a method, but what they cannot and they will never be able to change are the principles. For example, we have the sea and we have the dry land. The water that was gathered was called sea, and the dry land was called earth. And the next principle is evening and the morning. And we see that went along chronologically, where we have first day, second day, right down to the seventh day. And we live in a system that operates on those principles, and they have not been changed. So that's truth that has been established and cannot change. Rivers. We look in the book of Genesis again. Genesis chapter 2. We see there are 4 rivers that are described that comes from one head. And today we identify those rivers except for one. However, searching us find that where the Bible states that the river was, it can be proven that a river used to exist there. We also we spoke about, and if I just push forward a little bit, look at the rainbow. What's the account of the rainbow, and why do we have a rainbow? The Bible tells us why. And so, for me, when you ask me to bring my evidence, when you're asking me about the book, one of the things we must understand that this book validates itself. We might disagree, we might deny, but one thing we certainly cannot do, we can't deny what is written in it. I will allow somebody else to respond. Thank you.
All right. So So first thing first, I just want to say that when it comes on to even the whole 7-day concept, right? It is something that is pretty new. The 7-day concept, it kind of started with Constantine as well. So this whole 7 days, that they said the 7 days of creation, yeah, man. The authors of the book, yeah, they wrote that way later down. So in other words, for those who believe in the creation, there was no Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday was Saturn, that's Roman, right? Sunday was the sun, Monday was the moon, and we can go on and on. Every planet, the planets in the skies were attributed to a day of the week by the Romans. So the 7 days of the week concept, yeah, was not around during the time of Abraham, quote unquote, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when they come onto the Bible. It's a newly adopted concept during Constantine. I remember so Pope Gregory kind of changed from the lunar to the solar. But if we're gonna speak about the validity of the Bible being a historical book, I think it's important for us to also look at the let us say that the cultural appropriations, which means that one, the creation story is not exclusive to the Bible. There are creation stories that are older than it. The concept of Enoch, we can look at the as they would term it, we can look at the equivalent, right? Or the archetype. And we can look at, we can see Gilgamesh. That goes way back to the Sumerian epic of creation. So a lot of these concepts, people, the creation of man out of clay, predates the Bible. So
Somebody background.
Yeah, that
I think it's loving one. It's
no,
loving
it's
one.
investment. I
Oh, it's
invest.
invest. Okay.
Yes, I'm just saying a lot of the concepts in the Bible are not
Mhm.
new to the Bible. It's borrowed from other cultures, right, and other civilizations, and a lot is borrowed from the Egyptians, even as it relates to man being created out of clay. When you look at
Right.
the whole flood story, the flooding of the Nile in Egypt predates the Noah flood story. The Sumerians have their own flood story with a person named Arthur Assis, right? It predates the Bible or the biblical narrative. So if we're gonna say we're gonna prove the Bible being historical, I think the best way to do it is to look at the key characters that we would say, all right, these are the people who were divinely inspired and things like that, and
Right.
show us that, yeah, man, them people exist in history. And as investors, we cannot use the Bible to prove
To
the
prove the
Bible
Bible. Exactly. Cannot.
especially in this conversation as well.
Right.
But
And I mean, just look at too, even in Matthew, just to piggyback off of that, just look at the earlier myths and the similarities. Like first of all, the virgin birth, the death and the resurrection, right? That and all those deeds and stuff. That's Mithras, that's Dionysus, that's Krishna, that's Horus, that's all of those things, all of
right,
those
that's
key things,
Asar
right?
or Osiris, right?
Osiris,
Right.
exactly. So all of that, not only that, but the fact that even in Paul's letters itself, there's no mention of a historical Jesus at all. No mental and the fact that the fact that it's existent depends on the gospel. In other words, there is no other contemporary records or no other contemporary evidence that document this person's life. You understand what I'm saying? So we're not saying it's not useful, but we're saying like seeing it as an actual real thing that actually happened, you lose some of the meaning of it, right? So anyway, that's how I see it still. But I'm listening to you guys.
All right, so I'm just saying quick and fast, and then I'm gonna make King Uzziah say a quick thing and then invest, right? I have no problem if anyone wants to prove that the Bible is a historical book. I'm happy to engage in that kind of discussion. That's fine. But at the same time, don't tell me say Jesus was historical because the Bible tells me so.
Right,
Don't tell
exactly.
me say Abraham was historical because the Bible tells me so. And we can go on and on. You know, we have to look at outside sources from
Exactly.
a historical, archaeological, anthropological
Exactly.
perspective to validate these characters. So
Exactly.
yeah, I have no problem anyone feeling free to prove that the Bible is historical, but show us historically, archaeology and anthropologically that these people existed outside of the Bible.
Outside of the Bible. Exactly.
Make King Uzziah say what he must say, and then Invest can say a thing after.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me I'm just gonna clarify a few things and then I'll just go and listen. As far as the earlier you quote a scripture and says we must obey governments and all of that. If you were listening to clearly, what I said is, I said we go against anything that goes against what God says. So if they say blue and God say red, we go in red. So that's what I mean. We go against certain things the world say and governments say. And I gave you examples to show you what I was saying. If they tell us to marry colorful people, we cannot do it. If they tell us certain things, we cannot do it. That's what I mean by that. So when we quote scripture, we just don't want to throw scriptures out there like that's. I wasn't saying that. Yes, you must obey governments. Yes, because that's the laws of the land. Obey the laws of the land as well. As long as they don't go against our laws, and it's fine, we obey it. Secondly, the 7 days were always there. They didn't have names, but they were always there. From the beginning of time, God created the heavens and the earth. He took 7 days, and all of them were there. Now, I agree with you that the Romans named them. Again, like I'm telling you, the Romans who govern the world, they make all the rules worldly wise. They use the Bible, but they're not of the Bible. Again, they are the Antichrist system. So we can't keep using them as they did this, they made the white Jesus. So we all agree that those are false. You understand? I'm a Christian and I'm telling you there's no white Jesus. So we have to understand that everybody believes in these things. Now, the worldly church, which is a compilation of Sunday church, right? Because Pope Gregory and them, Constantine and them, they made a mark in the world. This was the mark that they changed Sabbath to Sunday. So now the worship is the first day of the week, Sunday, Sunday. They made that their number one day, and they turned Christianity into a Sunday worship, which is worshiping the sun. The real Christianity is Sabbath, keeping the Sabbath day holy. And that's where the misunderstanding is. And now the whole world gravitate to the Roman system, and they forget about the true system, which is the Sabbath of the Lord, which God ordained.
Right. So which day is the Sabbath? Quick and fast. Just answer family. Which day is it?
Saturday.
All right, cool. So what does Sabbath means?
Rest, day of rest.
No, it means 7, right? And me now
okay.
Well, I'm not going to deep that, but I just want to show you that Saturday was after the Roman deity Saturn.
No, they named it. No, they named it that.
That's
but
fine.
The day exists already.
Hold on, my general. Just like you say Sunday after the sun and sun worship go on.
Right.
And Saturday, yeah, man. It was Saturn, and the Saturn was worshipped on a Saturday as well. So
but we don't call it that. We call it Sabbath. But I'm just giving you the worldly name for it.
Hold on,
Saturday.
I get you. But my point is, all of the names of these days are pagan in origin.
And I 100% agree with you.
All right. So hold on now. Since the Sabbath means 7th, right? Since the Sabbath means 7th, and the concept is applicable to the Almighty God, who was tired after creating the earth and needed to rest. You get what I'm saying? So so I just want to also point out, since you have out the ABC them and things like that, I think you're familiar with David and Jonathan, right?
Yeah, what happened with David and Jonathan?
They were madly in love, according to the Bible.
Stop it.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
The Bible said,
Imhotep, you know, easy, no.
Stop it,
Imhotep.
Stop it, Imhotep.
Easy, no, dog.
Hold on, now.
How you gonna say that him needed to rest?
Guys, you guys have to calm down. Please, just make the host talk.
Don't feel triggered. We are reason.
Just make the host talk.
Yeah, we are reason. What I'm saying is that the love that David had for Jonathan and vice versa was very emotional according to the Bible, right?
No, not true.
Wait, what you mean by not true? Hold on, man. Hold on. Don't say it's not true.
All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let you tell me your version, then I'll tell you my version of the story. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. The essence of the conversation is that the
Yeah.
relationship that Jonathan and David had was
Yes.
one that was filled with love. Fine.
Yes.
All right. For those who want to argue, say, boy, it kind of shaky, leave that alone. But I am just saying, based on what the Bible says, David and Jonathan, remember, say it got very personal between them, you know. We're not talking about love, brother.
Right.
Come on, man. So we are
So
making
let me explain it though. Hello?
Yeah, you say I explain, so we allow you to explain.
Oh, yeah, wait for me to explain it. Okay. All right. So the Bible said their love surpassed the love of woman.
Right.
This is the concept. Hold on, let me explain it to you. So this is the concept where people don't understand. The youth them was so close that it was no love, no fleshy thing. It was surpassing even the love of a husband and a wife. The youth them was so tight because his father wanted to kill David, and he realized David was a righteous man. And they loved each other. Their souls were knit together. Two brother them. You see, like you have Matsus. That right. You see, you have Matsus and Cartel. I know them love each other, and Cartel say, "Me love you, youth. Me love you. Me no care." That's the type of love they had. They were tight.
Yeah, but you know what agape
guys.
love mean?
Yeah, guys, hold on, please. Respect to Jeremy and Simon for the super chat, manners and respect, and big up Lynette Thompson for the super chat as well.
Big up.
Me glad they kind of enlighten us. Said that's the love that David and Jonathan have surpassed a man and a woman, because anytime that love they surpass that, at the end of the day, it can be argued that that the love there are never normal love between two men. We can all agree with that.
That's kind of impossible, man.
No.
Talk when you think
Guys,
on it,
hold on,
common sense
guys,
and logically.
Guys, you have to listen to the host, man. Come
please,
on.
I don't
I'ma
want
just
to...
come off though,
I
because
know,
I
just...
never going to speak, man.
No, well, no,
no,
man.
but hold on. There's a lot of us here, and a
let
lot of
him
us don't
leave.
talk.
No,
And you...
let him leave. We're not racing the conversation.
We're not raising the conversation.
So let him leave if he wants to leave, because it's not say, oh, we're there because we want to race.
Exactly. Look how much people don't talk. I haven't talked in a long time. I'm listening. Sometimes
right. So at the end of the day, I just wanted to point that out. Say in the Bible, the love that David, where you know Rastaman rate and everybody rate and everything like that, had for Jonathan, it says surpass the love between a husband and wife.
Because it's showing you, Emma. It's showing you it's not a fleshy love.
I hear you 100%. I am just pointing out that the Bible itself, as sure we say, David and Jonathan love never normal at all. That's just the reality of things. But yeah, we can interpret it however we want. That's fine. Let me just allow Michelle to say a quick thing, and then Miss Julia, please.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. That's the kind of love what I'm called the agape love, right?
Yeah.
And when named to say yes when I said it, but do you know what the agape love really is?
Yeah, ask me, Miss Michelle.
Yeah, who had agreed with me and say yes, the agape love.
Yeah, it's a love that it's not a fleshy love. It's a God. It's a God type of love.
Yeah, it's unconditional. It's supposed to be in the Christian traditions. It's supposed to be the love that God have for humanity, the love that God have for other people.
Unconditional.
And
Yeah,
it's unconditional and selfless. Yeah,
it's the highest form of love in the Greek culture.
Yeah,
but it's a love between adult man and male child. That's what agape love is.
Right. I mean, we have a little different in how we look at it, but nevertheless, it's not a love with flesh, like sexual. Definitely. That's why he said their souls were knit together. The man love him so much. Well, I know him love him even more than him father, because he saw that this youth was a good youth. This youth worked for his father. David fight for his father. Took the army, fought Goliath for his father. Married, David married his sister, you know, Michelle. David married his sister. And because David was so loyal to the family, he went against his own father, King Saul, because his father wanted to kill David because he
So what
heard
that
David
bringing
was next for the
incest in the
throne.
Hold on,
family now?
man. Hold
Marrying
on,
sister bringing
Hold
incest.
on. All we are trying to show you, say, according to the Bible, the love between David and Jonathan transcended the love between a man and a woman, a husband and wife, and all them stuff. So
Right.
that the love they never normal between David and Jonathan. That's
Yeah, agape love. Agape love, yeah.
well,
Agape love.
no, but based on what Michelle Clark has said, I don't think agape love or something where the ones them for embrace. What you think, Michelle?
No,
No,
Michelle,
sir.
not, no.
No, sir.
So
No,
what
sir.
I say
And
is
then
a
he just talk
homosexual
about
love.
David marrying sister. Where that
Hold on,
bringing incest,
Uzziah.
right? That's a to. So
Uzziah,
not
please.
read
No,
in
what do you mean
Uzziah,
IIT
hold
incest?
on.
Kenya.
Uzziah,
A
hold on.
incest
No,
that bring in.
David married
Uzziah,
Jonathan's
calm
sister.
down. Calm down, no, man. Hold on, Uzziah.
We're not to listen to reason, no.
Hold on, Uzziah. What we're trying to avoid as well is certain words. So we're not going to use the homo word in the algorithm. Please and thank you. Remember, we can't say A, B, C, or we can't say whatever, right? I want to avoid, but what
Just
I'm
to
saying is,
clarify, Emo, give me 1 second for clarify.
hold on, brother, man. Please. Because on everything you have to respond to immediately.
No, but you don't want to go out your hours. I said 300 people are listening. So just let me clarify that.
Just hold on, please. Anthony Johnson. At the end of the day, my general, it's not a matter of careful with the words, perspectives and different opinions. So here we go now. Just call me the agent provocateur in this conversation. All right, that's fine. All right. So go ahead, Uzziah, make a point. Then Miss Julia gonna say a thing, and then Loving one gonna say a thing. Cause remember, and you alone and me there.
Right.
I understand, right? What I'm saying is this. David worked for his father. David married Jonathan's sister. So what? He's married to his sister and he loves him too? Like, come on. David was married to Jonathan's sister. No, Jonathan loved him still as a brethren. They made a covenant with each other and says, when you get the kingdom, don't kill me. Because when David get the kingdom, David was supposed to kill the whole seed royal. That's how it used to work. The new king wipes out the old king's generation. Jonathan said, I love you. Remember me when you become king. Don't kill me. Remember and even David years later.
So question. Well, on them, man. Where in the history of Israel where the king of Israel wipes out the rest of people? Where that come from? Where in the Bible was that?
You have whole stories about that.
Which king? Well, I know which king wipes out the other quote unquote heroes or competitors to the throne. It
was a normal thing.
Oh, no, hold on, man. Tell me in the Bible, as it relates to the culture of the Israelites, where the next
even the same David story. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you one story right now.
Well, so tell me who David wiped out.
David didn't. He saved all of them. David.
Hold on, no, brother. So tell me which king before David, because it was Saul before David, right?
Yeah.
All right. So tell me.
Saul was actually the first king.
No, of what? Of Israel?
Yes. So Saul was the first king.
Right.
But
so you said,
no, that's what I'm trying to show you.
Just hold on, Uzziah, because I get back the mic. You said that it's a custom for the king to wipe out the quote unquote heir apparents and anybody who can rival him. So I say, according to the quote unquote Hebrew tradition or Jewish tradition or Israelite tradition,
it wasn't just them. It wasn't just them. It was natural for kings per se.
No, but we're talking about David and the Bible and the Israelites.
All right, so that's why I'm giving you the story of David. He told them literally.
Man. Let us try to iron out thing one at a time, no man. You say it was a practice. So I say, show me that practice where the king them wipe out others in terms of the tradition and the culture of the quote unquote chosen people.
Like I'm saying to you now, it was a custom of kings in general. Saul was the first king. Just follow the story.
All right, all
So,
So
right.
how
well,
was
Hold
it
on,
a
hold
custom
on,
of
hold
kings
on,
in
hold on.
general
Guys, hold
if
on.
you're
King
saying that
Hold on.
throughout
Saul was the
no
first king?
How we
throughout
Guys,
the
hold
hold
on
on.
history.
there, guys,
Guys, hold on
one
now.
at a time, one at
King
a time. And
Uzziah,
how we
please.
reach, how we reach right so anyway.
Uzziah, please be mindful. Say other people are here as well.
Right.
Honor
You know,
So
everything.
just let me give you the answer, and then I'll just be quiet.
No, but all
Just
I'm
let
asking is that you say it was customary for the kings to wipe out and David spear Jonathan. So I say,
all right.
show me where in their tradition the previous kings did the same thing. That's
And
all.
that's what I was telling you. Saul is the first one. I'm just speaking of general civilization. This is how they operate. That's why when Jonathan told him David was supposed to be king after his father, Jonathan told David, please remember me. When David became king, he spared all of Saul's children. Them even gave one of Saul's grandkids apart to sit in the king's house, Mephibosheth. He gave him a choice to come sit with him because David remembered the covenant. I'm just showing you the covenant, how strong it was that he even spared his grandkids. But throughout the history after David, this was known that the king and his family, there should be no risen. The remnants of the other king family should not be there because they can rise up against the new king. That was just custom in every civilization, or I should say most civilizations then. I can't count for every one of them. But most
All right.
civilizations,
Yes.
that's how it was.
All right,
go
cool.
through.
All right, hold on, cool. Because remember, I really context is important. That David and
Right.
Jonathan and biblical and Israel and that we that talk about. But make Miss Julia
Right,
say a thing and then loving one after.
so the agape, I agree with what Michelle said when it says it's a Greek word. It is right, and it's not based on feelings or emotion that can change over time. Basically, it's saying that you unconditionally love this person. It's selfless. It's unconditional. It's sacrificial. Whereas you put the person above yourself, right? And you take certain risks for that person. So, I mean, and if it transcends even the love of a woman, right? That's a very, very deep love. That's all we're saying. And we're saying if that is the case, then it's an unusual love, right? So I mean, whatever you want, however you want to interpret it, you interpret it. But the fact of the matter is, it by its nature itself, it was an unconventional type of love between them. I'm not saying that it was unnecessarily,
Right. We're not saying it's a ABC, but
right.
what we are saying is that the love there really move past man and woman and husband and wife things.
Right.
So it never normal. So that's the reason why critics will argue say the love did kind of question.
Shaky.
Yeah,
Right.
people will
Shaky.
question that because the Bible tells us so. Say David and Jonathan thing never normal. And then now Bob fam, if you want to say it's platonic and things like that, anything will go past the love of husband and wife and man and woman. If you want to say it's platonic, all right, me not argue with that. Big up to Kenny Marshall in the building too.
Yeah, big up
All right.
Kenny Marshall.
Make loving one say a quick thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks again. Yeah, man. So let us go back now to the historicity and the validity of the biblical text and how accurately, historically accurate it is. So when we look in the book of Genesis, and I love to go back to the beginning because that's where all of what we are talking about and what we're experiencing today has been established. So we see there was a light that was created, and that light was called day, and the darkness was called night. And as we speak right now, we are heading into that part of the day which we call night. Earlier, Imo referred to the names of the days. But one I think we must understand, when you study Roman history, the Romans would have come after the Babylonians, the Greeks. They would have come also after the Persians. So the Romans would not have named the day because the days, based on the Jewish interpretation of the day, it's the seventh day, which comes from the word Sabbath, which means a day of rest, which was established from the beginning in Genesis chapter 2. And when God established his covenant in the wilderness on Mount Sinai with the people, with the nation that he brought through one man, he said to them, now this is a sign of my covenant with you. 6 days you shall work, and on the 7th day you shall do no labor, because it's a day of rest, and it's a day that the Lord God hallowed and call it holy. So historically, the 7th day was established long before there was anything called Jewish nation or Sumerians or anything like that. It was already established from beginning. So I mean, I understand, and this is one I think we need to understand too. When kingdoms overthrow other kingdoms, what happens is that they always tend to eliminate anything to do with the kingdom that they have conquered. So they impose their will, their way, and their way of life upon the kingdom. And the living example of that is our descendants who were taken from their father's land and were brought here. The names that were given of them, their masters. And so we see that's how kingdom operate. So we have to understand that in order to really put in to investigate the evidence, we got to go back to where it all began. Thank you very much.
So a quick question. I'm gonna give you back the mic. Loving one. Where in the Bible, right, where the quote unquote people of God are the Israelites? Just quote me in the Bible where during captivity they were forced to worship the deity of their captors.
Where in the Bible?
Yes.
All right. So we can just readily go to the book of Daniel, chapter 2.
Right.
And we see Nebuchadnezzar, historical figure, which set up a statue and said that all people, kindred, and tribe must bow down and worship it. And there were four people of the Hebrew tribe, the Hebrew nation, and that part of the kingdom that was taken to Babylon decided, hey, we now bow down and worship your statue, you know. So I mean, be it as it may, Sir King, we're going to obey God than you. So whatever you have to do, go ahead and do it. So that's one place. All
right, but that's more biblical. But from a historical perspective, yes, you do have some civilizations where the people who are conquered, yes, the religion of the conqueror is superimposed, and you also have some cultures who they are allowed to practice their religions as well. And you know, even during the time of the quote unquote Muslim or the Islamic conquest,
the caliphate.
Yeah, talking about like even 747 AD there and about. Even though they were conquering a lot of Christian nations and things like that, they were allowed to practice their faith, providing that they paid a religious tax and things like that. So my point is that you know, historically, some people did allow it, and historically, some conquered people became what we call vassal states, which means that they paid tributaries to their conquerors and they were allowed to practice their religion. The same way when it speaks about the book of Ezra, when it speaks about King Cyrus allowing Ezra temple and things like that. So that's also a point to prove that there were certain captors that allowed others to go and practice and rebuild them temple and things like that. All right.
May I respond? May I just make a quick response to that?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. So when you mentioned Islam, and if you do a study of Islam, then you'll understand many of the nations that are now majority Islamic countries were all Judo-Christian nation. And when those were captured by the sword, they were forced to speak the language of the Arabian people, of the Arabian capital, which was Arabic. The same Egypt that you're making reference to right now, Egypt was never an Arabic speaking nation, you know. And even the greatest library in the world, the Library of Alexandria, was destroyed under the Islamic Caliphate, and they superimposed Islam on all of their captured. And you're talking about allow them to practice their religion. They could practice their religion based on the conditions that the Muslim laid down. Because first, they couldn't build any churches. They couldn't preach their thing out loud. And they have to pay the jizya, which is a tax of humiliation. Thank you.
Well, it gets to go on now. The Muslims were not the ones who burnt down the library of Alexandria, right? And I just want to point out that in modern day Egypt, the capital of Egypt, modern day Egypt,
Yeah.
is Cairo,
Yeah,
right?
Cairo.
So
Yep.
the reason why I brought up Cairo was because when the various caliphates, Islamic caliphates, started to take over these regions, they did not take over the capital cities of the previous place in Egypt. They went and they built. Cairo was built by the Muslims. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? So they went and they built their city and said, this is our place of reign. So in a real life though, right, even if you look at the Muslim conquest, the
Yeah.
people that were conquered, they were not forced to convert. What they did, as you said, they allowed them to pay the jizya, which is a quote unquote religious tax. So it's either you convert, if you don't convert, you pay the jizya. And
Yeah.
I mean, people are conquered and things like that, and that is what conquerors do. But culturally, sometimes people were allowed to practice their religions, providing that they pay the jizya. So even the places that were conquered, of course, they were allowed by the Muslims. They are allowed to build their churches and worship where they want to worship, but they had to pay the jizya. You get what me I say? All right,
Yeah.
so let me just make invest there the same way. I muted you because we are here, you're in the radio there. Go through, let me hear you say.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Apologize.
Mm.
I have a question for I guess the Seventh-day Adventist people. Is Do you guys believe in Jesus? Is Jesus the like your Lord? Nobody.
I'm here.
Yes, well,
Gavin are here, bro. Me grew up in a
all
Seventh-day
right,
Adventist church.
hold on. Who is an Adventist here? We just want to establish that. Loving one, King Uzziah. Who is the Adventist here?
Gavin
Anyone?
Adolfo Chantilo.
Well, means that Seventh-day Church of God, not an Adventist. But I don't know if I mean my talk. I don't know.
Hold on. Seventh-day Church of God. At the
So
first
what's the
night here, the one
difference?
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's the difference?
Yeah,
No
we're
idea.
Sabbath keeper. Church of God will keep Sabbath, but we're not a Seventh-day Adventist.
Well, that's so okay. So you believe in the Sabbath then, so to speak.
Right. Yeah, but I'm not an
Of course,
Adventist. Yeah.
of course, you have Seventh-day Church of God.
Hold on, Gavil. Hold on, Gavil. Gavil, just please hold on, brother. You just check in. We will allow you to speak, Gavil. Decorum, please hold on. We will allow you to speak, my general. So make King Uzziah respond promptly to Invest because I know him have a follow-up. So Invest have the mic, but him asks a question. So answer in King Uzziah so Invest can continue.
Yeah, man. So I'm a Seventh-day Church of God. So yeah, it's different from an Adventist, but I do keep the Sabbath if I that your asks.
Okay, also Loving One was also making reference. I think maybe he's Seventh-day Adventist or maybe the same. I don't know if it's denomination or church as you as well. But the reason why I asked you, so you believe in Jesus. Jesus set the rule for you, so you follow Jesus, right? And you would say Jesus can do no wrong, correct? You can just answer briefly because I have a follow-up question.
Can do no wrong.
Yes, and nothing that's bad. You have to follow him in everything that he has done, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So you follow the Sabbath. Did Jesus break the Sabbath? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm going to.
Sorry. Hold on there. The plucking of the ears are con. Was against the Sabbath. So let's not.
That was against the Sabbath.
Because they were about to chastise him and stone him and him school him.
Exactly.
So Jesus.
Right, but he explained.
I was going to read.
You want me to answer?
I was going to read this real quick. Just read this real quick.
Read it, then I answer it after.
John 5 verse 18. Therefore the Jews sought the more to kill him, because he not only had broken the Sabbath.
Right.
All right. So are we saying we just believe what we want to believe, we pick things out of the Bible to fit our narrative? It's in there. And the Bible according to the religious folks, it's
Yeah.
true. Whatever
Right.
the Bible say, that's what we go by. But
Right.
yet still, Jesus,
Right.
who's supposed to be the Lord, broke
Yeah.
the Sabbath.
All right.
Isn't that
Wonderful
convolution
scripture.
right there?
Wonderful scripture. Now, can I get
Right.
10 seconds to
Hold on.
answer?
Well on, Isaiah. Isaiah, yeah, you got answer, you know, but here we go on. Invest is right. And we have to just call a spade, brother. The plucking of the ears of corn.
That's fine. If you think Invest is right, I think he's wrong.
All
I
right,
think he's
hold on.
wrong. But
Hold on. No. You thinking he's wrong is different from proving and knowing that he's wrong. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Along with that, Jesus came on the scene. What did Jesus say? He said, I am the Lord of the Sabbath. So he was letting them know that I'm here now. The lawgiver, the man who made the law is here. And I'm going to show you that this, what I'm doing right here, is not breaking the Sabbath. So Jesus came to show them a more excellent way. So what Jesus said to them, he said, didn't you see back in the day when David ate the bread that was unlawful? What he was trying to show them is I'm God of the Sabbath. And no, I'm letting you know that if a man is hungry and he sees something and he needs something to eat, it's not no more breaking no Sabbath. Eat the corn because you're hungry. That's why he asked them, if your donkey fall in the ditch on a Sabbath, you're not going to pick it up because it's Sabbath? So Jesus was trying to show them now, I am the king of the Sabbath. And I'm showing you now. Hold on, Miss Julie.
All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Hold on. He was just showing them now, I'm on the scene now. The lawgiver is here. I'm here to show you that this is the way from going forward. This is the way that it's supposed to be. I am the Lord of the Sabbath.
All right,
so that's what he was trying to show them.
Hold on. One second, Miss Julia.
Yeah.
The thing is this now. According to the Bible, Jesus said the Sabbath was made for man.
That's what I was about to say. And not man for Sabbath.
Jesus said, I come not to change the laws, but to
fulfill
them.
So what on, man? Well, so when you said that Jesus changed the whole Sabbath.
No, he's not changing it, Emo. What he's showing you is that it's a more excellent way. Stop looking at it traditionally like if a man, if your car broke down.
Understand, but according to the Jewish tradition, plucking of the ears of corn was breaching the Sabbath. We can't.
Yes, on a natural level, it would have been. But the boss will make the law is here now. So he's telling you, I am the Lord of the Sabbath.
No,
Listen to me now.
Jesus said in the trumpet change the law.
That's what I'm telling you. He didn't change. Listen, Emma, he didn't change nothing.
But that would be a departure. Hold on. But what you're saying that Jesus is saying would be a departure from the Mosaic Law. That's what you're saying.
Listen.
Isaiah, hold on, please.
Give me a chance to answer after though. Don't just throw me away after you're done talking.
Hold on, Gavil there want to say a thing I wait patiently.
Hold on, them more response from long time.
Hold on, guys. Let me just say a quick thing, quick and fast. You are saying that Jesus changed the laws when him
yes, it's a New Testament.
Cool, fine. But guess what now? Jesus said, I come not to change the laws. So that in itself is a contradiction there, sir. But hold on, Isaiah, please. Make Gavil say a quick thing and then Miss Julia. Unmute your mic. You muted Gavil. I had to mute you. Unmute your mic, Gavil. Is he hearing us? He's not hearing you know.
Yeah, no, I hear you. He must take me big up you and me respect or your platform growing. And please, may I beg you, Miss Julia talk before me and then we can talk after and then me say what context Miss Julia come with. Come on, see how intelligent she being about.
What are you talking about?
All right, cool. All right.
Anyway,
one second, Miss Julia. Anthony Johnson, you are free to call in whether you're Seventh-day Adventist, whatever. All if you're pagan, you can call in because you know when you feel like no cow down, don't feel intimidated by the reasoning or no the platform where everybody can share them perspectives. So don't feel afraid. Top striker, call in. Because we type some things where it's easier for you to say it up yourself. So go ahead, Miss Julia.
Yeah, so even in John 5, him said, my Father is working until now, and I am working, right? And the healing, what him heal the people on the Sabbath. Several instances he did that in Mark and in John, right? And the Pharisees actually considered that healing type of work to be prohibited, right? Because the Sabbath is supposed to be for rest, right?
Mhm.
So that's one of the biggest things why them accuse Jesus of violating the Sabbath. But Jesus but according to this, he did break it because he was challenging their interpretation of the law, because he was arguing that the Sabbath was made for people and not people for the Sabbath. Because that's what he said in Mark, right? When him say the Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. So basically him just trying to say that this whole ritualistic interpretation of the Sabbath is
Mhm.
not in line with the true purpose, which is basically rest and spiritual rejuvenation and alignment with God, right? So it's not a matter of the day. It's not a matter of the actual physical day. It's the principle of resting after work, or resting and taking some quiet time to actually align with the divine. That is what it is,
Truthful.
right? So it's not
Truthful.
so it's not so that's what he was trying to do. So in doing that, it is breaking what they had established as the Sabbath. You understand what I'm saying? Because they established that on this day, nobody's supposed to work. But he did work. And what he was trying to say is the Sabbath is not about the day. So he did break it, and he was reteaching them how to look at stuff, which he often did. So you can't really deny that, right?
Right. So the essence of what invest is inferring is that Jesus broke the Sabbath.
Invest or Julia?
No, invest. It was trying to infer or make them know say Jesus broke the Sabbath. Uzziah tried to defend something where did not even the Bible try to defend. But you made a
Cause
great
you don't understand it. That's why you don't understand it.
Uzziah, not because I call your name, you have to respond, brother. So hold on, man. Remember, say Gavil allowed Miss Julia to speak, and then him say, I'm gonna talk after. So make Gavil say what he must say. Big up us 7, you know. And then we can give you the mic to man. Don't worry yourself. And then loving one can say a thing after you.
Thank you, Imhotep, and I have to respect you. You're a great man, and you're so intelligent. I was born in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. All of my family, them rotten rich from birth. Get me, I say? And up till now, them are the rottenest, richest people in a Mandeville, Manchester, right now, Jamaica. But yeah, I say? Me learn a lot of them principles, you know, would then teach me and then teach me to do it right. Because me never know nothing when me born. And my mother and father teach me. I'm a learner from my family members, them. I'm learning from my 70. I'm a big up the 70 Adventist church. I'm not disrespect no other church same way. But you see, for them principle is right, but for them principle is not always right. Because you see, at the end of the day, church hate on church. And there's no way you can be Sunday day worshiper and 7-day Adventist worshiper. And there's no way you can be 7-day Adventist worshiper or Jewish or Poco. Me know the whole of them, because the whole of them not from my community. And 8 church. You can't 8 church, else you're not really worshiper, because they are 8. Just through religion. So you said at the end of the day, religion teach you in life how to live your life, but they also remember, you know, it's a religion. Religion is a nice thing and one of the best thing in this world,
No
because it help a
religion.
lot of people. But it's at the end of the day, religion also teach people to eat for other religion too. You never know that, Imhotep?
Yeah, man, a fact say that, man. That's why we
Yo,
have
Imhotep, allow me to tell Imhotep.
no, man, a fact.
No,
That's
you're
why
right. You're
remember
right.
there was a crusade, you know. There was a crusade, you know. Remember, I said there was also from the 7th century, right? From like 647, 747, go up to 8th century. Remember, is over let's say about 500 years them war fighting the Muslims and Christians in Spain and them sitting there, man. In Jerusalem, Constantinople, which is modern day Turkey. It's called the Crusades, where you had Christians and Muslims fighting. So it has always been that way this is. So that's a great point to make, Gavin. All right. So let me make
one real quick. Did
yes.
Gavin just say religion is the best thing that happened?
That's his opinion still. But go ahead and respond to it, Michelle. Go ahead and
No,
respond and then loving
I'm
one.
opinion. All right, me just all done. Okay.
No, yeah,
I'm
that's his
opinion.
opinion because at the end of the day,
Okay.
we see it's the worst thing ever happened
Okay.
to mankind because we see all the wars and the destruction
Okay.
and the
All right.
subjugation of people. Slavery was justified. Listen to me. The church sanctioned slavery and said it was a necessary evil because people in Africa were savages and pagans. So that was their justification for the inhumane treatment of us. So God will say a thing and we hear him, but you know, respectfully disagree. Got you loving one, make we hear what you said them in general.
Yeah, man. Thanks again. And so one other thing I would like to do, and probably you might have seen it from, I mean, you'd have picked that up by now. I want to still stick to the topic that of the discussion, because it's the validity of the Bible that I am more interested in. Because until you can acknowledge what it is and who it comes from, then all the other things won't mean much anyway. So all right, so I'm going back to the beginning again and looking at another established principle that has been said. Listen what God says in Genesis chapter 1, reading from verse 10. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the water called he sea. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And none of us on this panel can deny that we have the proof of that is before all of us eyes. We have an orange tree or whatever tree we have, and they have their seed, and when those seeds fall, they grow and they reproduce themselves. This is an historical. This is it's an historical evidence, and there is proof to back this up. So the Bible again,
yes,
is true.
All right,
Yes,
so the thing is this now, you know, right? When this quote unquote Bible was written, not even 2,000 years ago, seeds are planted long time. The various civilization, even prehistoric, they were pastoralists, which means that them plant them maize and whatever. So seeds are planted long before Bible, right? Even before language came in.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Can I reply?
Hold on, loving one. Hold on.
Hold on, because it's a good point. Go ahead.
We hear you clearly and we understand you. But my point is this: 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years ago, mankind a farm, they were pastoralists. There were certain groups as well. The name I top of my head right now, the Natufians, right? The Natufians, they are way beyond the 6,000 year old narrative. But the point is, for thousands of years, people were planting seeds and planting this and planting that, planting corn, whatever, and they were planting the seeds. So I am saying, not because you know, a couple thousand years ago somebody write that, it means that was the first time somebody had declared say the seeds from the tree can be planted. And no, that was more by.
Can I respond?
Hold on, I hear you. I'm gonna allow you to respond. I'm just saying the people knew because they were doing it. They were planting the seeds way before there was something called writing. Way before the Phoenicians created the alphabet, so we can write things. People are planted with seeds long time. So
long time.
The Bible said a couple 100 years ago, it means that the first time it ever mentioned. That's just my point. But go ahead and respond.
Thank you. So you are referring to practice. I'm referring to principle, because principle comes before practice. Because I mean the practice is putting into action what the principle says. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah, man, but remember,
please, let me just say one more thing.
Hold on, Gavin. I give the mic, man. The principle of planting seeds was way before the Bible. So if you want, we can agree it's our principle, you know, but it was not, the Bible was not the first to say it. That's all me I say. Go ahead, Gavin, let me hear what you say, Gavin. And then
please, Imhotep, because me know you're fully intelligent in Imhotep, but may I ask all of these intelligent man and woman on this panel, as intelligent as use intelligent can read own intelligent and not even read the Bible, because you hear me, have to treat man and woman pick me and everybody as one. You don't have to use the Bible to treat them, bro. You don't know what is wrong and right. Who not say garbage?
Right, Gabriel.
What you know using is garbage. No for no fool or idiot.
No,
Because you
Gavin,
don't.
hold on, Gavin.
No,
Hold
Gavin,
on,
you're
Gavin.
far
Hold on,
now.
Gavin.
You're
Hold
No,
on,
Gabriel, you're going
Come
too
on,
far
Gavin.
now.
Hold on.
Mm-mm.
And I'm
No,
sorry for
it's not about
disrespect them.
intelligence
I'm sorry
either.
for
It's about
disrespect them.
Bring it
our
But
back.
that's how I finish. I'm not gonna disrespect them no more. You said at the end of the day, you don't have to use the Bible to treat a man or a woman or a boy as a girl as right. You don't need the Bible. You have your own intelligence to treat people right or wrong. And you say
It's
any
not even
man we are
intelligence, my
going to talk
brother.
about the Bible and I can't talk about how they treat man or woman or picnic boy or girl, them fake. Because you hear me I say, you say if they're not fake, you say if they're not fake, you say if they're real, me tell you so on a real more than me. Tomorrow morning get up. Tomorrow morning get up and just walk across the road and make one car lick it up. You're not gonna do that.
Well on, Gavin, hold on, Gavin, hold on there. Because we understand you. But you know,
Big up Mr. Vegas anywhere there. Big up Mr. Vegas anywhere there.
All right, Gavin. Cool. So,
Strength and power to Mr. Vegas.
all right, cool, Gavin. So hold on, Gavin. Hold on there. Remember, say loving one. The essence of the argument, as you say, and you want to go back there, is proving the historicity of the Bible. But everything I hear you're going back to the Bible to try to prove the Bible being an historical book. Now, to prove the Bible being historical, one has to use external sources to prove
other than the Bible
is historical.
Other than the Bible.
Right.
Other than the Bible.
And everywhere I see you, I'm loving one respectfully, you are in the Bible. And we are trying to prove that it's an historical book.
Right.
Exactly.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Sure. And God never said not neither. God never said a thing. Man said it, not God.
All right, Michelle, go through loving one.
That's right. Go through loving one. Yeah.
Thank you. So one of the things is that, if you realize all that I have been saying is the principles are established, but everything that you can see is outside of the Bible. Because when I say when I refer you to the created order of things, you go and you look at it. It's not in the Bible, but in terms of its practices, but the principles are established there, and that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
All right, cool. But those principles were established by the Egyptians and the Sumerians and Babylonians way before it came in the Bible. So it's not unique to the Bible. That's the thing. All those principles. Right. That's the word, it's not unique to the Bible where we can say it's only in the Bible. We see the creation story. It's only in the Bible. These
we
things
see Jesus. We see Jesus or anything like that.
Right.
Exactly.
Or the resurrection or the virgin birth. Those things are not new or exclusive to the Bible. So since we're going to argue and say it's a historical book, from a scholastic perspective, we have to use quote unquote other sources to validate it.
To validate that it is really
because a lot of what is being said in the Bible, even as it relates to the creation story, these are stories that were older than the Bible. Other cultures have them as well. So a lot of things that are being said in the Bible is something that is based on cultural transmission, which means that the Bible actually borrowed from other cultures and civilizations. The creation story, you go to Egypt, there's Kunum, who was the potter, making man on the potter's wheel. And we hear the great Jim Reeves, right? Anybody remember the great Jim Reeves?
Yeah.
Him say, have thine own way, Lord, have thine own way. Thou art the potter,
and I am the clay.
Make me and mold me after thy will. Right. So Jim Reeves, old 50s G, but he's an old soul still. So my point is the concept of man being created out of clay is not exclusive to the Bible. Big up to dominance. These are nice. As you said, plagiarism. Yes, a lot of plagiarism took place, but for want of a better word, we can just say cultural, transfusion or transmission. We can say there are other cultures who adopted the cultures of others. Yes, there was plagiarism, of course. A lot of things that in the Bible is not unique or exclusive to the book. So as we said, if we are going to prove the Bible being a historical book, we have to look at other sources from a scholastic perspective. All right, so let me make King Uzziah say a quick thing, the people.
Yeah. All right. So
is it me or King Uzziah breaking up? Is it me,
you can
guys?
hear me?
No,
I think it's King breaking up.
It's King Isaiah breaking up.
All right. So got you. Maybe when we didn't have good internet. Got you.
All right, cool. No problem with that. All right, so people, really and truly still enough. You see, the Bible being a historical book, yeah, man, it is something that really has to be proven by validating the book using other sources, right? And that is where the problem will lie in terms of to say you can't prove the Bible being a historical book by using the same book to prove so. You get what I'm saying? But anyways, I think I really want to ask a question that's also related to the Bible. Was Jesus a prophet? And were his prophecies fulfilled? I really want to hear that perspective from Loving One and King Uzziah. So, Loving One, were Jesus' prophecies fulfilled? And if yes, just tell us what he prophesied and show us where they were fulfilled.
Okay, just before I do that, I hear you make mention of this artist. You mind if let me just remind you of him. This is what he says. Have thine own way, Lord. Have thine own way.
Thou
art the potter.
I
am the clay.
Anyway,
let me answer now.
After thy will, while I am waiting, yielded and
still.
Okay.
Escobar now go follow you, bro. Escobar now go follow you,
What
bro.
are the people? Pull up. What are the people? Listen me. What are the people?
He must take the keys singing back again. He must take the keys singing back again because Emmanuel can't sing.
Well, on the people, man.
Memories, man.
Yeah, man. People, as me say, no, man. I don't want to underestimate the whole soul in me, but yeah, man. That's it, man. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. But big up Loving One for that. We need a little,
big up Loving One.
Yeah, man. We need a little after this still, man. Big up the Cavell van. Big up Self-Made in the building too, man.
Big up Self-Made in the building. Big up.
Yeah, man.
Bless up Self-Made.
Yeah, man. It's all got you Loving One. It's over to you, in general.
Yeah, man. Thank you. So Jesus, one of Jesus's prophecy in the New Testament, the book of John, chapter 2. Jesus, when they were asking for Jesus for sign that he who he said that he is, he says to them, destroy this temple and in 3 days I will raise it up. Their response was, the temple, it took 40 and 6 years to build the temple, and will you rebuild it in 3 days? But the Bible says that he spoke of his death and resurrection, and after he had risen from the dead, his disciple understood what he was about to say. That is just one of the prophecy, and that prophecy came to pass because he did die and rose from the dead. Thank you.
Well, all right. So guess I go on now. I remember there are a lot of contradictions between the authors Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John about the whole resurrection and them sitting there, right? So guess I go on now. Again, when it comes on to the biblical prophecies, hold on, who for background that? Let me see. Somebody background.
Not Gavin, bro.
No, that's fine. Hold on there. What I'm saying is that well, Jesus said boy, him did say boy, said them did I go, sell him out or whatever, right? But I'm talking about prophecies that are applicable to after, because remember, I for one, I'm gonna always argue against the historicity of Jesus. No scholar, none have proven that Jesus was historical. But for argument's sake, let us just speak about the prophecies that he prophesied that would occur. Not about him, but we are talking about things where him said going to happen. Like after him, that we see happen, you know, or we can say, yeah, it manifests.
All right, so let me give you another one. The book of Matthew chapter 24, when the disciples point on the temple and say, what lovely building is this? He turned to them and says, not one stone will be left upon another that will not be thrown down. And AD 70, that was fulfilled to the letter. Thank you.
But the thing is, parts of the temple what was left, or up until this day, we have the Temple Mount, where the Muslims and the Israelis are fight over up to this day. So it's still there.
Building. Remember, it's a building. They point to the building. So don't forget.
Yeah, but part. It says not one stone, right?
Of what? Of the building. The
right?
Building.
Right. Yeah, but remember, say even the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, them say the part of that not true.
Yes, that's true.
Right. The building.
That's true.
Yeah, but
no, man,
all right, the building.
The Wailing Wall was a different. The wall was a different thing. So remember, he pointed to the building. And he said,
let me give you a better answer. Let me give you a better answer. Let me give you a better answer.
Gavil, you have to hold on, Gavil, man. Make loving one finish, man. Go ahead, loving one. Go ahead, loving one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man, cool, man. The book of Matthew chapter 24, they point to the building and says, what a lovely building this is. Jesus turned to them and says, not one stone will be left upon another that will not be thrown down. And that building, because remember, that was the second temple, you know, and it was built upon the foundation that Solomon would have the first temple that was built. So remember, that's why he said a building. So it came through to the word, to the letter, to the T, not a jot nor a tittle was missing. Thank you.
But the thing, yeah, as it relates to the, as you say, based on the Maccabean revolt of 70 AD, and you know, the Romans, quote unquote, destroyed the temple. Well, it's 200 left still.
There's 200 left. About there's still amount.
Left still. They never
demolished completely. Where it's like blow away from sun. And
right, and that is something that historical too, where ones can check for themselves too. But all right, Gavil, unmute your mic now and say what you say.
Say what you say, Gavil.
Thank you, Imhotep. Miss Julie, thank you, big up yourself. You see, all those people who have followed the Bible, them right, but them right in them Bible ways. Bro, you have to know how to deal with people in this time, although the Bible is real, same way too, because at the end of the day, nobody now if you could tell no man nor no woman how to treat a man or woman or picnic wrong, all right, they know. But you see, because they follow the Bible, they go after some of the wrong information, them with their misleading information and then guidance become. Is it enough for them? Is it enough for them? Enough for them? Are the negative then feed off our power them up? You get me, I say? And in this real life, once you can talk about Imhotep program tonight, everybody with the Imhotep program are intelligent and they know what is wrong from right. You don't have to use no Bible if you can describe how to treat mankind wrong and right. They already know. And just the misleading guidance make them talk it that way. And
all right, man, as I respect, man. Top striker.
Yeah, big up your
morals. Carleen, you know. Carleen and tell we where the real land of Israel there. But let me make King Uzziah say a quick thing as it relates to biblical prophecies by Jesus there.
And I want to say something after that. Can I say something after that? Yeah, thank you.
Julia. So go to Uzziah and tell me like what prophecy you think that Jesus said within his time that we see manifest now, or within, you know, the time after him.
Right. You know, so me never really want when we want to clear up something from earlier. You want me wait till a little bit or what? Me want to clear up something from earlier.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead and clear up where you
Yo, clear up something. Clear it up, bro.
All right, Gabriel, because I know you're under your spirit, you know. But anyway, when we that talk about the Jesus sinning, right? Me no want to just leave it so without clarity, right? All right. Jesus is the only one biblically spoken of without sin. He's the spotless Lamb of God. You have to be spotless, right? So when I was trying to show you that when he said he is the Lord of the Sabbath, he is the lawgiver, right? All he's letting them know is that I'm here now, and I'm going to show you how to really live this life, right? For example, when Jesus called himself Son of God, in their law, that's considered blasphemy. That would have been a sin. Him healing people on the Sabbath would have been a sin. So naturally, everything he would have done would have been a sin, right? But what he was showing them is the law is about love. The whole letter of the law was love. He came to show the way. He came from heaven to earth to show the way to the people. So he was just letting them know all this time, y'all didn't understand how to keep this law. For example, there was a story of the Good Samaritan, right? By law, the Bible said the man was beaten unto death like he was about to die. It said the priest walked right past him. He went to the temple. Because according to the law, you can't touch dead, you can't touch bloody bodies, you can't do. He said the Levite walked past him because according to the law, they can't touch like those type of things because they have to be holy. So Jesus said there was a Samaritan from another city. He helped the man, and Jesus said he was more justified than the two priests. You know why he said that? According to the law, the priest would have been right. But because according to love and righteousness, they were wrong. So Jesus said he was more justified, the Good Samaritan, than both those priests. Because Jesus was going to show them that the law is about love. It's not a ritualistic thing. So when he came on the scene, it's to show them how to keep the Sabbath the right way, how to love. That's why he said it's good to do good on the Sabbath. He was showing them that once it's something good, it's okay. So that's what Jesus was there to do. He never sinned. He came to show them the righteous way.
All right, but hold on, according
completely,
to the Bible,
completely different. But
all right, according
yeah,
to the Bible, though, Jesus was Jewish, right?
We went over that last week.
No,
Y'all was telling
hold
me
on.
he wasn't, but I told you he was.
No, hold on, man. According to the Bible, Jesus was Jewish, right?
Yeah, King of the Jews.
Well, whether they want a king or not, that's fine. But that's why I established him as Jewish. And according to the Jewish tradition, all Jews have to respect and adhere to the Mosaic laws, right?
Not him. That's why he came to show you that
No,
he's the Lord of he's God. He's trying to tell them that I'm the Lord now.
Hosea, hold on. No. We have been
And Imhotep, you
I
know,
mean,
say nothing wrong, you know, and everybody are Jewish in this world, so Imhotep, you know, say nothing wrong.
oh my
Yeah, but
God,
hold on, no. Hold on. Remember,
guys, and the world too, and the world.
right, yeah, but hold on there, please, because we are trying to establish something now. Because remember saying, Hosea, you are talking about say he's God and them sitting there. You know me, I go ask you, say, when in the Bible Jesus say he's God, and you go twist and turn and them something there. So let's not go there. Let us just stick to quote unquote, according to the Bible, he was Jewish. And in order for one to be Jewish, they have to respect and adhere to the Mosaic laws, right? All right, so guess what going now? For anyone to say that he did not break the Sabbath, yeah, that is a bit disingenuous, respectfully, because the Bible tells us that he did. And
but the Bible also said he's without sin. So how two things are right? He's a sinner and he's not a sinner at the same time. So which one is right then?
According to the Mosaic
Well,
law,
that means that the Bible contradict itself.
According to the
because
Bible,
of lack of understanding.
No, Isaiah, we hear you. According to the Bible, anyone that breaks the Mosaic law sin. That's the reason why they wanted to kill him.
Anyone that say they're the son of God sin too.
Right.
But Imhotep, please don't cut me off, Imhotep. What the Chinese them is not Jewish, bro. Please don't cut me off, Imhotep. The Chinese them is not Jewish, bro.
Hold on, Gavil, man. We are reasoning with Jesus. With our Jesus, with our China. With over the Middle East part where they call Israel and Lebanon and Syria and them something there. China, they way over Southeast Asia. But my point is this now. Even Jesus, speaking about his Father in heaven, according to the Mosaic law, that is also sin.
That's what I'm saying. He would have been a big time sinner the way y'all trying to make it. That's what I'm trying to show you. It wasn't.
But
hold on.
But to him, it wasn't sin.
But hold on. Remember saying, no, according to the Bible, Jesus was crucified because he sinned or broke the Mosaic laws. That's why yes, of course, 100%. Remember, the quote unquote scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees, who are called the Sanhedrins, right? none of them take counsel and crucify him. Let me ask you that.
Yes, because
All right, so hold
they
on. So why was Jesus crucified?
because they thought that he commit blasphemy, saying he's God. That was the main thing.
No. He was tried. Remember, he was tried. You know, even Pontius Pilate said, "But boy, I mean, I see what I go on here. So I mean, I see no
Pontius
banger
Pilate
online."
washed his hands because he know he was innocent.
Yeah, but hold on, no, man. The point I'm making is that according to the Mosaic Law, right? Jesus talking about my Father in heaven and I and the Father are one and things like that is going against the Mosaic Law. You know, the plucking of the ears of corn and the Sabbath and
Right,
things
I
like
agree with that, but I'm trying to show you why he did it now. That's what I'm saying. I agree with. Naturally, he would have been a. Well, I know, Emma. Naturally, he would have been a sinner under circumstances of just a regular person, but he is the lawmaker, so he's telling them, "I am here now. Listen to me." That's why when
you keep on saying that
okay,
Jesus a lawmaker when Jesus make it clear, say him not come to change the law, but fulfill it. A lawmaker is someone who amends the law or changes laws and things
and
like
that's
that.
what he did. He
No.
came with a new custom. He came with a new testament, a new covenant, the new law.
Hold on now. He said, I came not to change the laws. So
That's
guess what now? Well, I know someone who come to fulfill the laws is not a lawmaker. You get what me I say?
just listen what I'm saying, right?
I hear you clearly, brother. All I am
Jesus.
saying is
So what is the New Testament? Do you know what a New Testament is?
What you say?
What is the New Testament? You can answer that for me.
What do you mean? You have Old Testament and New Testament.
Right.
So
Jesus came to bring in. The Bible said the law and the prophets were by Moses, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. Jesus came to show you the truth now of the law. The Bible said under Moses' law there was no mercy. If you sin, they stone you to death. Jesus came to show you about love.
All right,
so that's
cool.
why.
But hold on. But Jesus come to show we about love, no means saying come to change the law. That's all we're saying.
Yes, he changed it because you don't die no more. That's why the woman that was caught in adultery, he said, if any man do without sin, cast the first stone.
Right,
she would have been stoned to death.
But hold on now. We are dealing with Jesus say. We now say what you are say. We are say what Jesus
Imhotep, all I give you is Bible, Imhotep. All I give you is Bible. Don't say what that Jesus said.
Hold on
You're
now.
so correct. That's all you give us is Bible.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. But remember, say Jesus say, I come not to change the law. And the
Yeah,
law
but you have to understand what he means, Emma.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let us iron it out. Bless up Free Think and Dan TV and all the ones and ones them. The reality of things is that Jesus said, I come not to change the laws, but to fulfill. So someone who come to fulfill the law is not a lawmaker. You get what I say? So you keep on saying that he's a lawmaker. No. The lawmakers were the scribes and the Pharisees and the Sadducees, are where we call
in
the
your opinion, but God gave them the law.
Well, on, man, according to the Bible, and
God gave them the law.
Well, on, general man. According to the Bible and according to the Jewish or Hebrew tradition, the lawmakers were the scribes and the Pharisees and the Sadducees.
But that's not true. The Bible said everything. He said, he who made the world, everything that was made by him. He's the God. That's what I'm trying.
Well, we're talking about the Mosaic Law that governs the
The Mosaic Law came from God. God showed Moses when he went up.
That's fine. And guess what now? They applied it within their culture. So when Jesus came around, according to the Bible, when Jesus came around, him said, I don't come to change the laws, but to fulfill it. So
yeah, you're stuck on one part, but let me explain that to you.
Can I ask a question real quick?
I hear you.
You know, I was supposed to. Yeah.
1 second, I'm gonna make Michelle ask
Long time. Yeah, I was supposed to ask a question.
All right. So I'm gonna say what me say, and Miss Julia can say a thing, and then Michelle after. What me say is this, in general. Somebody will say they no come to change the law, no call them the lawmaker. Go ahead, Miss Julia, and then Michelle after.
Yeah, I have a question for both of you. King Uzziah and Loving One. How do you rationalize the stories that are so similar? If you are convinced that it is a strictly historical and historically accurate text, how do you rationalize the fact that the stories are so similar almost carbon copy with some stories that happened way before the Bible, any kind of thought of Jesus. For instance, the Genesis creation, right? And everybody in the chat can look it up. The Enuma Elish. Both stories talk about a divine being, right? And talk about the creation of light and the separation of waters, right? And the creation of land and humanity too. Okay. The flood narrative too. You guys can look it up. Look up the epic of Gilgamesh. Okay. That is very it is curiously similar to the Genesis flood. Okay, both of them feature God wanting to destroy humanity. Okay, there's so many more. The Garden of Eden. You guys look up Garden of the Gods. Okay, it's the same exact story. It's a Sumerian myth. All right, the temptation and the fall of man. All of these things. So I want to know, how do you guys, if you guys won't even think about the fact that maybe it is not fully historical, how do you, for yourself, reconcile that these stories happen in Greek, Mesopotamia, Egyptian, all of these stories from way before, and it's just replicated in the Bible? How do you come to terms with that? You guys can hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
Miss Julia,
since I just since I just talk, make loving one. Since I just talk, let loving one talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. And yes, Anthony Johnson. I'm sorry, loving one. Before you go ahead. Yes, Anthony Johnson. I've never claimed to be divinely inspired. So here we go now. In a tech rocket science, you may understand the Bible either. So that's right there. Go ahead, loving one.
Yeah. How do you reconcile those things?
Thank you. So
Yeah.
we go back to the book of Genesis again, and the book and Genesis mean beginning. And so the first statement in the passage is chapter 1. It says, "In the beginning," which means in the start of time, God created the heavens and the earth. So to make a statement like that, and to not only make it, but to substantiate it, tells me that you are authentic. You are the one who started everything. Everything else comes after what you have done. He is the first to establish everything, because remember what he says, he is the first and the last. And he said this, "Before me was no God."
Okay, but that is one. That is one. That is
no, make him finish.
And it's still not right.
Miss Julia,
You're right. Continue.
Thank you. Right.
Continue.
And he threw out the challenge in the book of Isaiah. He says, "Let all the others who claim that they are God come and bring what they have done. Which of you can tell the end from the beginning and watch it come to pass?" And up until this day, that challenge is still out. Nobody has picked up the challenge.
Right.
All right. So
Miss Julia, you're right. Miss Julia, you're right.
We just want to answer the question, because the thing is, like, even the flood narrative, right? With the Genesis flood, and you look at that versus the Gilgamesh, right? What we were talking about before, the story of a single man, Noah, in Genesis, and you pitch him in Gilgamesh, talk about the warn about the flood, and tell people for build a large boat to save themselves and them animals. So how is it historically factual if these same stories happened before, right, in a different culture somewhere else? Don't you think that the Bible borrowed from these stories that were passed down?
No,
Miss Julia, you are right. He's wrong.
Excuse me.
He's wrong. You know, give me a chance.
Hold on, Gavin. Gavin, just hold on, man. Go ahead,
Miss Julia, you have it the wrong way around. The other cultures borrowed it from the biblical.
No, because it happened before the Bible. It happened before the Bible.
No, but wait. Let me establish just a minute, Serpent. Let me just establish something.
Go ahead.
When I say the Bible is historically accurate, please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. The record I'm talking about, what is recorded in the Bible, is historically accurate. And that is what the point I'm making.
All right. So hold on.
Wait. Just a minute. We talk about the Sumerian. Who was the Sumerians, may I ask?
They were from Sumer. Yes, so Sumer. They were from a place called Sumer, There was a place called Akkad. There was a place called Erech, right?
Erech.
So you look at the
You have to
Babylonian.
look at it, Babylonian thing, yeah.
Yeah, historically, it's in the Babylonian Mesopotamian area, which
Yeah.
encompasses modern day Iraq and Syria.
Iraq and Iran,
So
yeah.
that was known as Mesopotamia, not Samaria. Because
No,
look here,
Sumer.
who are the
No.
Samaritan? Who are the
Not
Samaritan?
Samaria. Listen, not Samaria.
Hold
Not
on.
Samaria. Sumerian.
Well, when we say Sumer, it's one of the oldest civilizations. Their language is called cuneiform.
Right.
It's not to be conflated with
Samaritan.
Right.
Okay.
Or
All right.
Sumerians.
All right. So all right. Okay.
People.
All right. So thank you. So let me just elaborate further. So remember now, all the nations and tribes that we know about come from Ham, Sheth, and Japheth after the flood. The rainbow is one of the evidence.
You're gone so far. You're gone
no,
far.
No. You have to no, man. You got to go back in order to establish.
No,
and
because
that is what we are doing.
Miss
Julia.
Go ahead, dear. Sorry. Go ahead.
So remember now, all the cultures would have gotten their account of the flood from their father and grandfather. Noah, his 3 sons and their 3 wives.
All right. So let me say a quick thing. So what you have to say about the flood story in ancient Egypt that predates all the way, I said.
Exactly.
So all of this flood story that on the account of the flood you hear, all of them get it from their grandfather and their fathers and their descendants who came from Noah. Because remember what God says. Wait. Remember what God says to Noah in Genesis chapter 9. He says, he might establish a covenant with Noah and his 3 sons. And what were the command they were given? Be fruitful, multiply, and do what? Full up the earth. Similar to what he said.
Wait.
Let me
You're loving one, but you're not even answering my question. It's not fair.
Hold on there. I'm going to allow Miss Julia to say a thing, but before she does, let me say this now. You said that the story of Genesis and the Bible speaks about the beginning of time, and what you just said a while ago about be fruitful and multiply, and you carefully and tactically use the word full up the earth when you know say the word is replenished.
Exactly.
The word is replenish.
The word is
and
replenish.
to replenish is to put back that which was there.
Right?
Exactly.
So guess I go on now.
Exactly.
If you're supposed to put back that which was there, which means replenish.
Give me a chance to talk. You give me a chance. I'm not
Hold on. You see, you see, crafting, and talk about full up the earth because no one use the word replenish. But go ahead, Miss Julia.
No, yeah. So everything what you just said a while ago, but this is the thing. Since if you are saying that, okay, that does not disprove the Bible because those stories were real from back in the day, how is it then a historical text when I'm actually saying Jesus lived this time, he lived until this years, he was born to this and this person, when the story of Jesus and Osiris is very, very, very similar, right? The Egyptian mythology, this was from way before. So that means that basically you are saying, no, Jesus wasn't real, and the story of Jesus then borrowed from Egypt. That's what you're saying, because you're saying that the fact that the flood never happened at that same time, right? So say from the Sumerian, you're saying that, okay, the Bible still mention it, so it's still historically accurate because it happened in history. But this is the thing, it gives definites, and the definites cannot be accounted for. So that's what I'm asking you. How do you reconcile these things? The fact that these stories are very, very similar from way back when, right? Way before the Bible, right? And the Bible is giving you specifics. So tell me about that.
Okay. Can I respond?
And when I finish, I wanna clarify something about the refill, the real word. When I finish.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What you're saying now, loving one.
Okay, ma'am. So I'll go back. Let me repeat again. all of the stories that we hear about the flood from the other nations, tribes, and tongues, all of them derive from the actual event that happened with Noah when he, his 3 sons, and their 3 wives were saved, and they were the ones that God used to replenish. I mean, that will make certain feel better, to replenish the earth. And the word replenish so simply means replace yourself. That's all it means.
Yeah, but this is not my question at all. You never answer me.
No, but hold on, please.
You never answer me at all.
All right, wait, let me answer you. So the similarities in the story is that the sources, they are coming from the same source. And it would have been distorted over the years. So in order for you to understand the true story,
no, that don't make no sense.
Miss Julia, let me answer now.
All right,
So you go back now to the original, and then the original give you the details. Because I mean, when the Bible is detailed about the flood, and the only person who could give you a detailed account about the flood is the one who sent the flood and the ones who experienced the flood.
But that don't make no sense with the birth of Jesus, because them give you a definite time. Them all give you
all right.
And them give you a different time in space
All
and
right.
time.
Don't, Miss
So
Julia,
remember,
it don't mean sister, I can't answer, Miss Julia.
So wait, no, just a minute, just a minute, Chief, just a minute, and I'll allow you to answer, because I don't want to overtalk anyone. All right, so Miss Julia, remember now,
yeah,
the account of Jesus started from the book of Genesis chapter 3, So you just need to go back and read Genesis chapter 3, and that was in the beginning, when there were only Adam and Eve.
no,
Jesus.
if you
Yes,
are
man,
saying
go
that,
back and read.
Hold on, Miss Julia,
you
give Gavin a
missing the
chance.
point.
Miss
All
Julia,
right,
please give
go
Gavin a
ahead.
chance to talk.
Yes, go Gavin.
You're
Go
a
ahead.
powerful woman. I'm a talk to you in a real life already, and you're a real powerful woman. And no man can take away your power for you. Because you hear me? You see, it's when everybody go to stop like them have to stop. Everything stop.
Yeah, it's true.
A system stop that. You have to stop, you have to follow a system. You know, the Bible, you follow a system. The system stop you. The system not only stop light, You go to a supermarket, you have to join line. Pick up your groceries to buy food for you eat. Everything stop. Enough of them money where you talk. Enough of them money where you talk. They might do something. They not come talk the truth. They only come on live and come talk. Where Bible I tell you, bro.
All right, but hold on, Gavin. One second, Miss Julia. First thing first, for anyone to say that the stories in the Bible,
right,
is something that is unique and exclusive to the Bible, and everybody else borrow from out of the Bible,
right,
is not even Christian apologists argues that, because they know for a fact, based on extensive research, even the whole death and resurrection concept,
thank you,
the virgin birth concept,
virgin birth,
those are nothing new to the Bible. Those are actually borrowed from other cultures.
From other cultures. That's all I'm trying to get to.
Imam,
That's what, hold on. That's what I'm trying to. Hold on. Let me reply. Hold on. Let me reply. Well, let me reply to him. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's borrowed from things before, right? Even if you say no, Miss Julia, it proves the accuracy of it, because that means that it happened in space and time. But this is the thing. The Bible then gives you exact dates. It gives Jesus an exact date, space, and time in history, right? That's what it gives it. So how is it possible that it really happened to this person called Jesus when it happened the story was happening thousands and thousands of years before? That's what I'm saying. So it don't make any sense. It make more sense. It's simpler if you follow things to like connect the dots, that the Bible actually copied a lot of these stories that was going around from ancient times, from Greek mythology, from Egyptian mythology, all that stuff.
Right. No, that's the reality of it. 1 second, Uzziah. Listen me, for anyone who has done extensive research, and I think sometimes we have to go outside the Bible and do a lot of extensive research in order to really understand that a lot of the stories in the Bible, are it belongs to other cultures that predates even the whole Exodus story and things like that. You understand me? I say no. When you look at the concepts of a savior, right?
Exactly.
Being died and resurrecting thousands of years that predate the Bible and predate Jesus. Jesus is 2,000 years ago, right? And thousands of years before him, there were other cultures that were having the story of a savior dying and being resurrected and things like that. So these concepts are not unique to that book. Go ahead, King Uzziah.
All right, let me clarify all of this for you so you can go to bed nice tonight. Right? All right. First and foremost, the word, the original word, was a Hebrew word malef, which means to fill. Now, with the English translation, they put replenish. I don't know why they use that word, but the original word was malef, which means to fill. So that's where the controversy on that is. So he just simply said to fill up the earth. All right, now let's go back to what you're saying now about the civilizations that some of the things happened before. Here's the reason why. Remember, in the Old Testament, a lot of them prophesied about thousands of years before it actually happened. So because they were prophesied about, you had other nations that mimicked that. You understand? Because even the birth,
about what?
they spoke about.
Prophesied about what?
Hold on, Isaiah prophesied all of those things years before they happened. Just let me land.
No, you break up bad.
Just let me land. No,
you can't land if you can't hear you. That's all I say.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can hear you.
So, all right. So Isaiah prophesied a lot of those things. That a virgin shall have a child. This is thousands of years before.
You have to go lag out and lag back in. You have to go lag out and lag back in because we definitely want to hear about the prophecies of Isaiah for real, because we want to know where Isaiah.
I got you.
Yeah, we want you have to lag out and lag back in, man.
No, come back in. Come back in,
yeah,
Uzziah, because we want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, lag out and lag back in because the signal really bad.
Yeah.
I want the audience to also hear you as well. You understand me? I say, but when it comes on to biblical prophecies, we're talking about Jesus. Please not go over Isaiah. Make us stay here where Jesus prophesied and what he prophesied fulfilled today. You get what I'm saying? Oh, he prophesied wars and rumors of war that are going before him even born. Right?
Right.
So just give us a prophecy where Jesus said going to take place, and after him leave the earth according to the Bible, we see it manifest. Yeah, just throw out something out the loving one. Make we hear a next one apart from the Temple Mount settings.
All right. Same Matthew chapter 24. It tells you that if it were possible, he said, for the elect's sake, you'll shorten the days. And you and I still have a watch, and we still have a schedule that, based on the system, we go on a 24-hour system. But none of us will deny that the way the days are going so fast, the week is going so fast. Still 24 hours. How do you explain the quickness of the time passing like that?
Well, all right. I'm gonna show you something now. Love it, man. Yes, I go on now. You see, if me lock you up in a jail cell now, right? At the slowest the days ago. So guess I go on now. You using that? No, me general. We can't use that because the time is still the same. The time is still the same.
The question before you move forward. Do we acknowledge that the time is going by fastly? I mean, does anybody on the panel acknowledge that?
You know, say in my opinion, the time I go normally as it always has. It's just at our lives.
Okay.
Well, on the loving one, we can tell us if you sit down behind bars and the judge say 1 month at the longest time in your life, that 1 month behind bars for you.
We're not talking about those who are behind bars. That's a different situation.
Are we behind bars? Hold on. What he's trying to show you is the state of mind, is what makes time pass, how it passes.
I am showing you the difference. That's what your difference. Right. You can't say time fly fast. Hold on, man. You can't say time fly fast because you're busy now and you do whole heap of things, and you can't say the day go fast. So I say, if a judge sentence you to 1 month behind bars, it's like a 10 years you get behind bars. Exactly. So that argument We can't agree with that one day.
Miss
Right,
Julia,
cannot.
Miss
Yes,
Miss
sir.
Julia and
Yes.
Sir Tep, I wanted to answer me, and I wanted to answer me intellectually and honestly.
Right.
Okay.
Compare the days that we're living in now to when we were growing up. Aren't we seeing
Yes.
aren't the days going faster than they would not they normally go?
Yes.
No,
You know,
no,
if you, but
no,
hold on, let me tell you
no,
why.
go ahead, Miss
No,
Julia. Me and Miss Julia
no.
said,
hold on. The reason why is because when you're younger and you don't have responsibilities, you're not looking to the next task, the next task, the next task. That is why my grandfather used to say a thing. He used to say the days are long, but the years fly by. Because he's always just working. So when you're younger and you're carefree and not bothering you, the days you can remember things like that. You can remember things, and it make the time seem like as if it goes slower. But now that you're older and you're going from task to task to task, and you have responsibilities, things change and time flies. So it's a different mindset. It's all mindset.
I beg
Listen,
to differ, though. I beg to
I-
Sir Tep. I beg to differ.
hold on, hold on, guys. Big up to Money Pro Music, David Lives New York, you know, big up to Des and all the ones.
Yeah, big
Just
up.
tap a like on the stream, people. Please like, share, and subscribe. All right, so before I pass on the mic, right? I just want to make this clear. You see, when I was growing up in basic school at 3-4 years old, me hear 60 seconds, 1 minute,
1 minute,
60 minutes, 1
1
hour,
hour,
24 hours, 1
1
day,
day,
7 days,
7
1
days,
week,
1 week,
4 weeks, 1 month,
1 month,
12 months,
12
1
months, 1
year.
year.
All right, hold on now. So for anyone to prove to me, say time I move faster, show me where
Yeah,
it's 50 seconds or 40 seconds, 1 minute. Hold on now. Gavil, hold on. I see you and I hear you. Hold on. In order to prove to me, say time I move faster now than then, show me where it's 30 seconds, 1 minute, 30 minutes, 1 hour, and can go on and on. But if it is, well on, Gavin, let me land, please. If it is the same as I said before,
right.
Yeah, then time now move. It's more of a subjective thing.
It's a mind. It's a mind thing. Exactly.
But make Gavin say a thing there.
Yeah.
Make Gavin say a thing and then Uzziah after.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one thing I have to say. No man can come on your program. Because this is what Miss Julie. Miss Julie have a talk, Miss Julie intelligent, and that me have to say. No man, Miss Julie, any man test a dog, we can't find them, bro. We have the money in there, bro.
All right, Gavin. All right. Got you, Isaiah. Big up Chuck Sim, you know.
Yeah, Gavin, no matter waste the money. I can't give him a WhatsApp, you just send it. No matter waste it. All right, but anyway, Miss Julie. Yeah. Just to finish up what I was saying earlier, right? Before I got cut off. You can hear me good now?
Yeah, man, can hear you perfect.
All right. So the reason why a lot of those civilizations had some of the understanding of what was going on. All right, because Isaiah prophesied of a lot of the events, even the birth of Christ, and a lot of different his death and all of that. So a lot of civilizations would have known that was going to happen, and thousands of years. Remember, this happened. The fulfillment came thousands of years later. So you had other civilizations around who mimicked what the it wasn't the Bible at the time, the Torah. They mimic what was going to happen because they heard that a Messiah was going to be born. So all the nations, there was a Messiah born in different places. So what actually happened was a copycat system because they knew that someone was to come. So everybody, Messiahs was just popping up in different civilizations to prove that this is true, because a lot of the civilizations believed in those in the Torah at those times, especially the neighboring what we would say, the neighboring countries around the time. So a lot of these things were it's like they pre-made it happen. Like even Seronimus and Tammuz, right? They were the so-called birth and the virgin and all of that, but they would have known the story thousands of years before even Jesus was born. So when Jesus was born, it would seem like all the other civilizations already had it already, but they weren't the fulfillment of the truth.
Yeah, but hold on.
So yeah.
Hold on, because we are trying to establish prophecy were fulfilled, because here go on now. You can't tell me say that when it comes on to and me give you time stamps, right? In 332 BC, the Greeks conquered ancient Egypt. 332 BC, right?
Right.
So let me show you this now. They created the cult of Serapis, which was the worship of Osiris and Apis the bull. See me how the Bible speaks about the golden calf where the Israelites they make when Moses step on the mountaintop. That's Apis the bull. Now, my point is, in 332 BC, that are way before quote unquote Jesus, there was the concept of Osiris, the resurrected savior, because of the whole concept of him dying by his brother.
Exactly.
Seth.
Right, so that agree with me.
Yeah, but hold on, man. What I am showing you is that these concepts are original to Egypt, and not to the Bible.
No, what I'm saying is, hold on. You're not give me a chance to just explain. All right, go through.
And Greek mythology.
Your point is where you argue is that these concepts are original to the Bible and adopted by other cultures. When me say
no, but it didn't happen yet. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It did it was just a prophecy. So okay, go ahead.
What you go on now? What I'm saying now is that, because remember we are trying to argue now and say, what prophecies did Jesus? So you keep on.
No, I think it's two different points. I'm answering Miss Julie's point.
Yeah, but hold on, man. Remember, I am trying to tell you that you see the birth. All right, what's this now? The Bible speaks about Cain and Abel and how Cain killed Abel. They were twins, right? Was Cain and Abel twins?
Yes.
All right. Now here we go on now. There's a story in ancient Egypt that predates that. It's a story of Seth and Asar, right? And Seth killed Asar, and Asar was resurrected. So the first concept of a resurrected savior originated in Egypt through Asar or Osiris, as it relates to the Greeks. My point is, when the Greeks came in, right, there was the cult of Serapis, and the worshippers of Serapis was called Christians. My point is this: a lot of what is in the Bible is not originated in the Bible, but it's more of borrowed from other cultures. That's all we're saying. But
so what
and I'm trying to discredit. I'm trying to.
But I hear what you are saying, though, Josiah, because what you, I first of all, what Imhotep just said, that's everything that I was saying before, right? So I'm not disagreeing with his point, but I understand what you are saying. You are saying that all the other places that it happened before, whether Greek mythology and whether Egyptian mythology, it was basically just prophecy. And then when the Christianity come about now, that's when it actually happened, because Christ is basically fulfilling those prophecies from Greek mythology.
Right, exactly.
So that's what you're saying. But this is the thing, though.
Well, hold on. Let me just add a little piece to it, Miss Julie. Let me just add one little piece to it, right?
But I'm not agreeing with you, no. I'm just telling you.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, right, a lot of it was, all right. Remember, Jesus only came about 2,000 years after, but remember, they spoke of him 2,000 years before. So even if
where they spoke about him 2,000 years before,
Isaiah prophesied of it. Isaiah prophesied of him 2,000 years before.
I know Isaiah is not even dated 4,000 years old, brother. Don't do that.
Yeah. But he prophesied of 2,000 years before. But anyway, Isaiah,
hold on. Read that prophecy, then let me hear it.
Unto us a son is born. Unto us a son.
Please, no go there, so. Unto us a son is born and a child is given.
And it wasn't that.
That has nothing to do with Jesus. I'm
sorry. That's fine. Just let me explain my point, and then you can discredit me after. Just discredit me after, right? What I'm saying to you is Isaiah was prophesying of. He said, "He shall call him the mighty God. He shall be the everlasting Father. He shall be called Emmanuel, which means God is with us." So he already spoke of him to come thousands of years. Well, say even if it was 1,500 years ago, he already told that this was a person to come. What I'm saying is this: other civilizations took the narrative and now everywhere were popping up with messiahs. That's what I'm saying.
All right,
So
so hold
because
on.
of that,
Hold on.
hold on.
Hosea,
Because of that,
yes.
I'm gonna land. Because of that, now it may seem like, oh, that guy said it 1,000 years before, but they're just saying it because they knew one is to come. So
All
it
right,
may look like they came first.
Hold on there.
No,
That's
but
the
hold
problem.
on.
Miss
Hold
Julia,
on,
one
let me
second.
tell you why. Okay, go ahead.
Miss
But
Julia,
I'm
one
tell you why that
second.
don't make sense. Okay,
One
go ahead.
second, Miss Julia. May I give you the
Go
mic?
ahead.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you know I really. First
Yeah.
thing first, Joshua, right? Remember Moses couldn't go into the promised land, right? Because he violate. When he did strike the rock as instructed, he never do it. So, quote unquote, Yahweh, God or Jehovah, whatever, ban him. Joshua was called a Messiah. It was a tradition of quote unquote the Jews or the Hebrews or the Israelites, whatever you want to call them, to be looking out for a Messiah. And Joshua predates Isaiah. Here we go now. Cyrus the Great was also a Messiah. It is a traditional thing for the Jewish people to always be looking and expecting for a Messiah, someone who will come and save them. Now, that Isaiah, quote unquote, prophecy, it's not applicable to Jesus, because when you read a while ago, you talk about Jesus being God and this and that, and Jesus never claimed that. That's
right.
the problem with
That's fine, but it was about him. It was about him, but that's fine.
No, hold on.
If you don't believe that, that's fine.
Hosea, hold on. Let Miss Julia cook. Go to Miss Julia.
So just like how, right? Hosea, like how you said, okay, so I understand what your premise is. You're saying that all of these other places, like, you know, from Egypt and from the Greek, they knew of it happening, but then when Christianity happened, that's actually when it was actually fulfilled. So these stories were basically prophecies of it actually happening.
Exactly.
But this is what I'm saying, but this is why it don't make any sense, Hosea, because when you listen, when you actually read these stories, according to these myths, it was fulfilled, because according to the myth, right, Isis, after the death of Osiris, she actually conceived. It was a virgin birth, and it actually was supposed to, in that mythology, it actually was supposed to happen then, right? So it wasn't a matter of, okay, this is what is going to happen. And if you look at it, it's completely different names, completely different. And a matter of fact, even Perseus, right? It was conceived during divine intervention from Zeus. Okay. And this was way before. And Zeus, by the way, is very similar to the name Jesus.
To Jesus,
right?
Right.
So all of that stuff. So the underworld and the afterlife, all of that stuff. The Tower of Babel, right? And the fact that it happened in ancient ziggurats. So so it's not like as if they were seeing it as prophecy. So that is where the disconnect is.
Respect.
Hold on, King Hosea, please.
When you finish, give me 10 seconds, Emma. When you finish.
Hold on. Respect to Sugar Nuts for the super chat, aka the Sunday offering. You know, manners and respect.
Big up Sugar Nuts.
Fire Grill Online, there were many virgin births. You can't say there was only one. There were many. The Buddha was immaculately conceived.
That's
Krishna
right.
was immaculately conceived by Devaki and things like that. And Zeus, and we can go on to Tammuz. We can go on and on.
On.
All right, listen to me. Yes, Dan TV, Osiris is not real. It's mythology, just like Jesus, Abraham, and the whole of them. Right, but the concepts are not new and exclusive to the Bible. Go ahead, Hosea, and make your point quick and fast.
All right, mega put a twist to the story, which me know you not gonna like. But at the end of the day, too, you know, we don't like to call this character's name. But also, Miss Julie, there is an enemy who is an infiltrator of the truth, which is the devil. He also plays a major role in the confusion of so many churches and so many religions, because he wants to confuse the people. So a lot of times he knows the prophecies, he knows everything that's going to happen. So a lot of times he allows even other cultures to fulfill certain things to almost to cause a counterfeit of the truth so that the world don't never get to see the truth, because they're going to be pointing all over the place. So the devil plays a major role in a lot of the
So
confusion
now,
of the
so
world
now
as
is the
Hold
well.
on there.
devil. So now
One
we're
second, Miss
blaming the
Julia.
That's why
devil.
I
One
never
second
want
there.
to use the name, but I have to give
One
it
second there.
because
One
Yeah,
I have
second
to
there.
give it because of the reality. Got you?
1
all
second
right.
there, please and thanks. And I make Miss
Yeah,
Julia say a thing and then loving one after, right?
yeah,
But please let us not forget that the concept of a devil is an adversary, an opposer, right? It's the
right.
opposite of that which is good, or it is you have good and evil. That which is good was called of God, and that which is evil is quote unquote of the devil. Those are concepts. But from a biblical perspective now, in the entire Old Testament, right? Nobody not really talk about the devil until them reach a Job and
Exactly.
them, until or when them talk about the fallen angels and Nephilims them. After that and after Job, there was no talk about the devil. And guess what
The
going now?
devil was there from the beginning of earth, man. From the Garden of Eden. But got you?
Hold on. Me understand the part there, but what me I say is that he was the serpent in the garden, not the devil. So at the end of the day, the serpent is different. It's nakash. It's different from the concept of a devil.
The
The
devil.
concept of a devil is an opposer. Anything that opposes quote unquote God and this and that. But my point is this now. If we look at the Old Testament, the devil not really going with nothing. But
that's not true. That's not true.
Let me make my point. Uno can blame the devil for everything, but uno never can prove that the devil do it. All uno show we is the man them do it. When uno show we say Saul them a worship idols, them a do it. Everything uno show we say, oh, uno blame the devil for, uno prove to we say the man them do it in the Bible. So the concept.
That's why I never want to say the name, but got you. Yeah.
Man, the concept of a devil is the same as when the Egyptians had Asar and Set, right? And that's why you get the term Satan. Anything that is satanic is that which is opposes that which is good. So even those concept of a devil, it was later introduced in the Bible. Anyone can research that. The original Bible, them never
He's
have
called
the devil
Lucifer.
brother.
He called Lucifer.
Lucifer means the bearer of light, the bright man.
Right, and he became Satan and the devil. He has different names.
Man. Christianity convoluted that.
That's fine. That's fine.
But hold on, the concept of a devil, even the first Bible that was written, or when it was being written, there was no concept of a devil. It was later introduced to Christianity.
We don't believe that.
Well, it's not what you believe, it's where you can research and prove yourself.
Yeah, but you can't prove that.
No,
you can't prove that. From the beginning, the serpent was there, said the Bible.
The serpent did the right thing until we saw a lie God tell Adam and Eve. That's all the serpent did, was tell Adam and Eve, say, the God in which you afraid that tell lie, say, here go on, if you eat, you go dead and this and that. You go eat the thing, a lie ma tell him want chicken. You know where that come from? The Sumerian epic of creation called the Enuma Elish, where there was
you can believe that all you want.
Allow me to finish so we can understand. You might not want to understand the various transmission of the story, but let the 125 people there understand.
Gavin, hear that the serpent.
Hold on, Gavin, please. The serpent in the Garden of Eden telling mankind the truth, say the God that tell them lie about eat of the tree and they will die, because up until this day we die because of Adam and Eve. We can't deny that. Whether we want to talk about Noah, if there was no Adam and Eve, there can't be no Noah. So we there because of Adam and Eve, if we want to talk about it biblically. The serpent in the garden told them the truth and said, you will not die. A lie God tell. God tell them, say them did not go die. Now, the reality of things is that where the story came from, let's look at the Sumerian epic of creation called the Enuma Elish, where there was Anu and Enlil.
Yeah. And Enlil,
no, I don't even want to say Anu. There was Enlil and Enki. Enlil was Lord of the air, and Enki was Lord of the sea, who was depicted as a fish, who the Babylonians later called Oannes of Chaldea, who became John or Ioannis, and he became John the Baptist or John the Waterman. Now, my point is this. That story of the serpent in the garden telling mankind, say, God tricked them, in the Sumerian epic of creation, Enki was the god that told mankind that Enlil trick them and subjugate them. So I just want to make that very
And the
clear.
story is not,
right, that story is borrowed from
it's
the
borrowed as
Sumerian.
well.
I just want to make that very clear. So I understand, say, Uzziah, you might have worked with the Bible, that's fine. But people who are here also want to hear a different perspective. The serpent also represented wisdom and healing. That's why the serpent is the most important symbol when it relates to medicine today. Moses put up the serpent on the staff and say what? The Israelites should bow down to the serpent. Me right there, sir. In order to be healed. Right?
So big up Uzziah, big up Uzziah, big up Uzziah. I have to big up Uzziah because he don't understand. Because you in idea, and the Bible is 8 pound, we know. And we own black woman and black man at 8 pound. They all are fucking people, you know. Sorry about the bad word.
No.
Gabriel, a Sunday this, you know, Gabriel.
Gabriel,
Sunday.
On a Sunday service, we're not going to do that. But 1 second, the people. 1 second there. I know Miss Julia wants to say a quick thing and then self-made there, loving one there, people, fire there. So,
okay.
Go ahead, Miss Julia, and then self-made can say a thing as well.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, listen, the whole concept of a devil is across many religions, right? Because even in Islam, it's Iblis, right? Who's supposed to be a jinn or something like that, who was once actually a devout servant of God, but refused to bow down to bow to Adam or whoever God who was ordered who was supposed to have that authority, right? So he was cast out. So all of these things about the devil and what his role is actually supposed to be temptation and testing and the accuser. That's what I'm calling the accuser. So it's not a concept, as Imhotep said, that is new or novice to the Bible. It really isn't. And not only that, but you have to look at what he actually means, is what it means to your soul. In other words, there's always is the fighting against yourself. It is fighting against basically it's like the shadow self then, right? And the part of yourself that tempts you to do wrong or not to do the right thing is not something that is outside. It's not an external force.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
And also, Miss Julia, we can go to Greek mythology. Who are the writers of a lot of these books through the Hellenization, right? And they call them the Hellenistic cults. These are the ones who were writing the Bible and translating this and that and writing the New Testament, the entire New Testament and Old Testament. The New Testament, we sure, was written in Greek. But my point is this: there is also a Greek deity called Prometheus. And Prometheus stole fire from heaven to save humanity. It's the same concept as the serpent telling Adam and Eve, say, eat the fruit and we're going to live and know what going on, eyes are going to open up. Prometheus stole fire from Zeus to give to humanity so that they could survive and stay warm and things like that. So the concept of somebody going against the God to help humanity, you have so many other cultures. You have the Sumerians with Enki and Enlil. Right? We have Prometheus and we have the Bible and we can go on and on. But let me just make self-made say a quick thing the people. Please and thank you.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah, man, manners and respect. Nah, they along,
Yeah,
just want to ask a question to Uzziah and loving one. For years, we all been hearing about this God and this devil. We all been talking about this God and this devil. Can you show us this God and this devil? Just show us.
All right, so it's over to make loving one respond first and then Uzziah after.
Good afternoon, sir. One of the things is that if I may just please establish another principle that makes the Bible that we have, a credible book in terms of history and what it has said. So I heard Miss Julia Imhotep and speaking about Jesus and Jesus about being 2,000 years old. If the Bible teaches that Jesus don't have any age. As Jesus as humanity when he took on flesh, yes, but he existed long before that. And why do I say this? If you go back to the fall of man in the Garden of Eden, when God says to the woman and to the serpent, because you have done this, I will, and all right, so and God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above all every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and thou shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. Verse 15. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Now that was a prophecy of Jesus coming in the flesh. And so
all right,
Paul,
I'm sorry, hold on there. So the bruising of the heel is referring to the serpent, you're saying, right?
the bruising of the heel is the serpent bruises heel, meaning that Jesus would succumb to physical death.
No, hold on. You said the serpent. Hold on. Repeat that. Just read it again.
Let me read it. Okay. Yeah. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
So bruise its heel. Who for heel I get bruised?
So the bruising of the heel is referring to Jesus, but the crushing of the head is the serpent, referring to the serpent, that old dragon, according to Revelation.
Yeah, but guess what? No, we're not gonna use that to throw in Jesus tonight, because nowhere there the Bible is talking about Jesus.
So who's the seed of the woman? So wait a minute before you move forward. So listen this now. Galatians chapter 5, and Paul quotes, and when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his son, born of a woman, born under the law, to redeem those who were under the law. Now that prophecy that was made there was fulfilled. And thus, remember now, it was only two human beings that were alive at that time. So only two other people, beings would have been there. It would have been the creator and the serpent. And you are saying that the devil is wait no. And you're saying that the devil is a concept you all are wrong. I would love for your readers.
Imhotep, let me answer him. Please, Imhotep,
please, sir, please.
Guys, one at a time, please. One at a time.
I'd love for your readers to look at the book of Ezekiel chapter 28. Read from verse 12 to verse 17, and you will see who the devil is. You'll see that he's a created being. But hold
on, because you keep on trying to put Jesus in Genesis, and you read one bag of Bible verse, and you're saying that is applicable to Jesus, but you are using theology, not even the Bible. You are using theology to validate Jesus.
To validate Jesus, exactly.
When there's no mention
I'm not using theology.
Yes, you are.
That what the Bible? No, the prophecy was made. I will put enmity between thee and the woman. That's what the Bible says. And I'm waiting now. And I'm using the same Bible in the book of Galatians, chapter 5, when Paul says this. The fulfillment of this. Paul explain the fulfillment of Genesis chapter 3, verse 15.
Paul, hold on. So you read that. And you as a Paul a fulfill Genesis chapter 3,
my Paul showing us the fulfillment of Genesis chapter 3.
Yo, Gabriel, just hold on, brother, man, and stop nice at the thing, brother. Just hold on, man. You are telling us that Paul is talking about the fulfillment of of Genesis 3, verse 15, by talking about Jesus in Genesis.
How you get that?
Yeah. You get that.
All right. So let me read. Let me read the scripture again, and you all listen, please. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. That is a prophecy. But
hold on. But who is thee?
You're talking to the serpent.
All right. But hold on. So God attacked to the serpent, right?
The old dragon.
No, man, the don't dragon, because I will heap of confusion in the garden when you talk about snake and dragon and devil. It's all different things, but for some reason, you try to show it in a one and amalgamate everything in a one. When put Lucifer, Satan, serpent, and dragon as one when they are
the
all
name depicts his characteristics. So that's all it means. That's all it means.
All distinctly unique.
Yeah, man. They describe right. They describe the characteristics with the being.
So you are saying that God said He might put enmity between mankind and the serpent, right?
Between the woman
Mm-hmm.
and their seed and the enemy and the seed of the enemy.
So who is this? Hold on, who is the enemy?
And
I'm asking you, just refresh my memory. Who is the enemy here in that context?
The serpent, the dragon,
right, cool.
Satan,
all right, so
hold
on now. So the seed of the serpent would be what? No more
another human being, my friend.
No. Hold on, no man. Please, loving one. Me know why I tell you 112 people where they say the seed of the serpent are human beings. You can't do that. The seed of serpent, no serpent, just like how the seed of human, no humans. What are we doing here? We're using theology.
No.
Wait. You cannot say the seed of the serpent.
No, I don't.
You can't do that.
No. Look here.
I don't.
That is what the Bible states. You remember?
Yes, man.
That's it. Wait. Let me use the scripture. Let me use the scripture to clarify the scripture. Jesus in St. John chapter 8, speaking to the scribes and the Pharisees, say, you are of your father the devil, and the work of your father you will do.
That's okay. And that's fine. Hold on. That's okay. We hear that, and I know I'm familiar with that. But what I am harping on is you telling us that's the seed of the serpent. Are human beings are wicked?
No, me hear him. He said the seed of the woman. Listen to this. He said the seed of the woman. Me hear him.
Gavil, man. Gavilus, hold on, man. Brother, you are telling us, all right, so hold on. The part where them say, you will bruise its head. Right. What is that referring to?
What is that referring to?
I already told you, he will bruise his head, means that he will, according to the scripture, as it says, that Jesus was revealed from heaven that he might destroy the work of the devil. My friend, the scripture interprets scripture.
No, loving one, because based on what you say, no devil not supposed to die, and according to the Bible, Jesus died, cried on the cross, gone about in business, and the devil still there. So here we go now. That particular part where you are said as the seed of the serpent is humans. That's what you're saying, right?
According to John chapter 8, my friend. When Jesus those who do the work. I mean, we are called children of God, right? When we are born of the Spirit of God, we are called children of God.
So you're saying that, hold on. So you're saying that the seed of the serpent are other human beings? That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's what he said.
Yeah. Those that follow after, those who follow after his will, they're the seed of the
serpent. Hold on. Loving one.
Yes, sir.
Remember saying, your children, right, would be considered your seed, right?
Exactly, Imhotep. You're talking truth right now. You're talking
right.
truth.
I'm loving one.
Imhotep.
Your children.
Serpent.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Whoa. Wait, this is not a yes or no thing, Serpent.
Of course
right.
it is.
No. It's a biblical thing. It's a biblical thing, Imo.
Hold on.
Imhotep in care answer because them children are wicked one same way too. Your children are the devil them because.
Hold on, Gavil, man.
Hold on,
Gavil, you're under your spirit, Gavil. Hold on, Gavil.
Hold on there.
Can we not degrade the platform?
Just hold on now. Hold on, loving one. Please. You said a lot a while ago, and we hear it. Right? And remember King Uzziah and loving one.
Right.
Predominantly the reason I go always reach too. So now if you were on yourself, one way or the other, I go reach When me
just a minute. Sorry. Just a minute. I'm just saying. No, man. I'm not. No, man. I'm just saying. Do not degrade the platform, man. Just keep the platform to the level. With this gentleman behaving as if no, man. Show some respect, man.
Yeah, man. I'm Gavil. All right. I'm Gavil. Please maintain some decorum. All right. So, can you agree that your children are your seed?
In the natural, yes, they are.
All right, so that biblical verse, was it speaking in the natural or not?
No, spiritual.
So it was spiritual. All right. So the bruising of the head and the heel are spiritual, right?
Manifested in the physical.
No, man. Hold on, man. Make up your mind on which one, man. You
No,
can't
he's
be
right,
ready.
Emma. It's just that.
Hold
It's
on.
just that.
No,
We
hold
can
on.
answer it.
Hold
Got you.
on, because the right answer we want. We just know want the answer. We want the right answers.
May I go get the right answer?
Hold on. He's saying that it's not the physical, it's a spiritual thing manifested in the physical. So
exactly.
we don't understand that.
Because and you
that's why you have to make him explain it.
And then listen, and what you have just done, Sir Tep, you have proven the Bible again to be right and the word of God. Because it says this, that to the man that is perishing, the things of God are foolishness to him, because he cannot be understood, because they are spiritually discerned. And so I understand from the perspective from which you are coming from.
Yes, sir, you are intelligent, but you are saying you are intelligent, but you are saying you are picking them is
that is kind of insulting.
To your own people.
Gavil, hold on. The first thing first, you know. That's why me no really work with where the theologians say when them want dismiss people who are question them thing, and I say the things of the natural man. And the things of God is confusing to the natural man. And you guys don't understand it. I only need spiritual discernment and all those things.
And them understand so much.
In 2025, a common sense reason we are dealing a reason about this.
Emma, we can't get that talk. We can't get that 1 minute.
Common sense. I have to question everything at this point.
Please let me land.
Make him finish. Make him finish.
All me I say is this: nothing wrong if you want disagree respectfully, but the argument there, when the ones them want dismiss people logically say, the things of God is not comprehensible to the natural man and things like that. We're not gonna deal with that in 2025 because we are dealing with the logical things. So you are saying that the serpent seed are also human beings. That's what you're saying, right?
That's what you're saying.
Right. But can I get a 1 minute, Emma?
We all born in sin. That's what he's saying.
But
he never said that. That's not what he said.
Born in sin, let him die for the sin.
Hold on, man, because after Jesus died, nobody else is not supposed to born in a sin.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Hold on. Because
you have to get the understanding of the concept. What is? Just give me 1 minute, now, Emma.
Hold on, brother. Why you are race? What me I say is that the Bible said I want to use John 3 verse 16, right? Want to use that to validate an argument. So all somebody have to do a quote unquote believe in him and they would not perish. And Jesus came to die for our sins according to what I said. But the serpent argument that say that human beings are the seed of the serpent. Human beings are the seed of human beings, and to try to put Jesus in Genesis where he's not is baffling to me. And also, when Cain killed Abel, he went to the land of Nod. I found a wife because people were in the land of Nod. And at the end of the day, Cain and
but
Abel,
the Bible speaks of all of that. Just you gotta get somebody who can give you the answer.
Can I say something?
You're responding.
Can I just say something to Sir Tep? Can I just say something? Because I don't want the misconception. Wait, no.
Afterwards, I want to say something to you. No, hold on. And then afterwards, I want to say something to you because I've been trying to.
Give me 30 seconds after Miss Julie.
So Sir Tep, please do not misconstrue what I said just now in terms of I'm just telling you what the Word of God says. Because it's the Bible is a spiritual book, you know. And if you come at the Bible just with from human logic, then a lot of the things that will be in it will make no sense to you, and you will just see them as fables. And that's only the thing I'm saying. Don't.
All right. Hold on there. But 1 second there. No, but hold on there. Just remember, say the same book say, "Be ye wise as what?
Serpent."
Maybe loving one finish that verse. The be ye wise as what?
Serpent and be harmless as. And be harmless as. Don't feel no. Quote the entire verse. Quote the entire verse.
Hold on.
Quote the entire verse.
Hold on, brother man.
All right.
Harmless as dove still does not take away the be ye wise as serpent. So just relax, no man. Hold on, man. Make Miss Julia say a quick thing and then King Uzziah. You understand me?
You saying that the Bible the Bible actually refer to other of God creations as the seeds of serpents is concerning, because I think that's one of the root problems with Christianity, where they're so focused on this devil that then forget how to actually love actual people. If you can see the divinity in other people, I doubt that you are really in touch with the divinity in yourself, because I know when you start get in touch with the real divinity in yourself and the love of yourself, and not love of yourself like a narcissistic thing, as in respecting your own soul and your own spirit, you can't look at another human being. You know, people do evil. That's right. That's true. And some people, you said, boy, them coming at them don't have no soul, right? And some people have mental conditions and all of that. But at the same time, for you to actually look at another God, not a God's creation, being somebody who's supposed to be loving and full of the Christian light and full of agape love, and actually think that the Bible was referring to them as the seeds of the serpent, that is concerning to me. And I think that's one of the bigger problems with the church when it comes on to divisiveness and judgment, and judging people from actually finding them walk with God. So that's what I
Exactly.
got to say about that.
But the thing
Yeah.
is this now, but hold on now. Remember, the serpent always represented wisdom.
Exactly.
Nowhere in antiquity was the serpent representing evil. If you go back to all the various cultures and traditions, we go to the Egyptians, you look at the pharaohs, them, right? They have the what they call the uraeus, right? Up on them forehead where you have the serpent on their crown, or the atef crown with the serpent on it, because the serpent always represented healing and wisdom. It is so sad that Christianity, and we understand why they did it, because there were other cultures who used the serpent. There was also the Naga people, right? Or they call it serpent people. There were other cultures who were using the serpent that represented wisdom and healing. Even the Bible tells you that the serpent represented wisdom.
Exactly.
Right? No.
Yeah, because isn't that even the medical
yes, it is.
symbol
It is.
too?
The serpent of it is what it is. The serpent of the rod. That's what it is.
The caduceus, which is the world medical symbol, represents the two entwined serpent, the Ida and the Pingala.
The healing.
Right, and that's the world medical symbol. So what me I say is that in the history of humanity, throughout all the cultures, the serpent represented healing and wisdom. Lo and behold, come the Catholic Church, right, with Christianity, and them just find some convenient thing to try to demonize the serpent. But also, that serpent in the garden is the same concept as Prometheus in Greek mythology. And
Please, Imhotep, can you give me a chance to talk? After you done talk, Imhotep, please.
Hold on, let me land, please. Hold on, it's the same concept as Enki and Enlil in the Sumerian story. And we can go over Egypt with the serpent, but we can stay in the Bible, and it shows you that the Israelites were instructed by God and Moses to bow down to the serpent, and they would be healed. All right, make King Uzziah say a quick thing, and then Gavil after, and then Fire go say a thing, people. Make a point.
All right, you know what the problem is? A lot of times we just use scripture to prove a point, but we don't really go into them to see what they're actually really talking about. When Moses was using a serpent, it's not that he was bowing down to Satan. God counteract and told him to make a serpent, because remember that the serpent was biting them up in the wilderness. So he said, make a serpent now and let them look upon a serpent to be healed. So God just used the same thing that was killing them to heal them. It's different from, he wasn't really saying worship no Satan or nothing like that. That's where that concept came from. All right. No, hold on. But no, we're not gonna get too deep into that, Emo.
Hold on.
Give me a minute. I want to talk about something else.
I'm going to allow you to finish a point. But the problem is now, you're telling us that the same serpent where I bite up the people is the same serpent where God used to heal. The moral of the story is the serpent represented healing. That's all it is, brother. So finish. Go ahead.
Right, but it never have nothing to do with like the devil or anything. Like them worship the devil. But anyway,
no,
all right,
not the devil.
yeah. All right, so all right.
You're right.
All right, so when I say Miss Julie, I never want the point slip me, man. What we was talking about before this?
The serpent and in the garden and Jesus and
yeah. All right. So all right.
Seed of the serpent, yeah.
All right, yeah. All right. So it's unfortunate, Miss Julie. My understanding said Because when he said all of mankind or his all of the world is, he looks at the whole world as his creation. No, the original sons of God were the angels. So even man never even got the title son of God until after. You understand? So God don't look at everybody as like
until after what?
After after, because he called Adam a son as well, right? So he looks at the creation as those that are of him, like a son of God. So it's not like he's discrediting all humans, as to say the whole world he calls his creation. He created such and such. Monday created, well, not Monday, first day create that, second day. So he looks at everything as a creation base. So it's not like he's trying to say, okay, the people that are not living right is like they're worse than the ones that are living right. We're all a part of his creation, right? So the only now the way we get the title son is those that actually believe and those that do the will of God. So that's why he said now those that are disobedient, he calls them the seed of the serpent. So it's not so much that he's looking at you like you're nothing, or he's just he's literally drawing the line that those that trust and believe in me, those are called the sons of God. Those that don't believe in me and do unrighteousness, they are the seed of the serpent. So that's where the division comes in. It's not like you're less, the person that's not saved is less than the person who's saved. It's just that he only calls those sons that follow after him, right? So that's where, and just to imitate, whenever we use the term the spiritual things are foolishness to the natural man, I would never use the term when we're talking about, say we're talking, like you always say, show me the history. We can't use that term to you. The only time I would use that term is when we're actually talking about spiritual things like heaven and angels, and because you actually don't believe that. So that's where we would say, that's why we would say, no, the spiritual things are spiritually discerned, because only spiritual people can understand that level of realm. If you don't understand that, you can't really understand it. That's the fact.
Uzziah, me not go fight you, because remember I want to tell you, see, that's spiritual horse in a heaven too. So at the end of
All
the day,
those people who believe.
Right, who believes a spiritual horse in a heaven and all them something there. So that's fine.
Right. So that's why it would be foolishness to those that don't believe, because we sound like we're idiots.
No,
you
that
understand?
Is fine.
Because
that is fine.
right. Okay. All right.
Who no believe say horses, spiritual horses in a heaven too. So that's fine. To me, yes, to me, I can be wrong. That's fine. But me not gonna work with that one there, but that's fine. Make fire say a quick thing there. Please, people.
What happened to Gavin? What happened to Gavin, bro? Okay.
Yeah, all right. After fire, you
something.
Go to fire. Unmute your mic, fire.
All right. What I wanted to say about it is basically, first of all, the snake is not the representation of wisdom. The snake is the representation of being cunning. And the next thing is not the healing. Herb is the healing of the nation. And these is intelligent things I'm saying. So only ignorant, you can only be ignorant if you step into saying that I'm wrong.
Rick, can I say something, please? Please.
All right.
How you gonna say that?
Sorry.
No, but Miss Julie said something. Miss Julie said something.
All right, hold on, Gavin. Hold on. Now let Miss Julia say a thing first thing. But
Me not say nothing in a long time, you know.
No, let Michelle say. Let Michelle first, and then I'll say something after Michelle.
All right, Michelle, then Miss Julia. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm confused about first the question. The first question that I've been trying to ask from way when that you guys just skipped over me. Is you guys keep on projecting God and Jesus. More often know for the same people then. Like Ono and call it he or she, is it the same? Because y'all talk like it's the same. It's the same.
You are.
We can't get an answer. May I ask
me just talk, so me don't know if me just talk, so me don't want to talk first. So whoever for talk, Imhotep, go through.
All right. So somebody answer Michelle afterwards, right? But young man the fire. Listen, there's a reason why people go to the desert and get the venom of snakes. You know why? Because that's actually the healing of a snake bite.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they use to heal the snake bite, and that is why it is in the medicine. Whatever can kill you can also cure you. Too
Is
much
it
of
more
the
healing
poison.
than the herb?
But
The herb is more
hold on.
powerful
But I
than it.
never listen. I'm not talking about the herb. I'm not talking about the herb. I'm talking about the fact that so that when you say the snake is not the symbol of wisdom. Yes, it is. It is not the symbol of cunning. You know what as cunning is? As cunning as a fox. Even everybody, we even learn that from readers. Just every little picnic.
Exactly.
So the fox is the cunning. The snake is supposed to be is wisdom, right? Is wisdom. That's what I'm saying. Be as wise as a snake, but as soft as a dove.
But
right?
Miss Julia, the same Bible where fire deal with say, be ye wise as serpents.
A serpent.
And guess what go on
Exactly.
now? And guess what go on now? We are dealing with the word correctly. Serpent. So you are talking about snake,
Serpent,
we are
not
talking
snake.
about serpent.
Yeah, serpent.
Serpent we are talking about, brother. And when you look on the world medical symbol, where they
It's a
find every
serpent.
hospital where deal with health and healing,
Yeah.
and the serpent
It's the
there.
serpent.
All right. So,
And you know
Okay,
what
could I
else? Too?
speak?
One more
Could
thing.
I
Hold
speak
on.
no,
Wait a
hold on,
second.
fire, because Gavil,
Wait, let me
Gavil
finish.
wants to-
One last thing. Also
Uno
about
cut
the
me off.
serpent.
Uno
No,
cut me off. Me
listen.
let you take it.
Hold on,
No,
the fire,
listen.
man. You made
One
a
last
point.
thing
We hear
about
you.
the serpent. The reason why it is seen as health and renewal is because it has to shed its skin, and that is symbolic with shedding the old and getting into the new. That is what it's symbolic of. That's why it's health. Anyway, continue.
Right. All right. So hold on, the people, because we reach the 4 hour 5 minutes mark. So you know we're gonna seal this up, but I'm going to allow everyone to have their closing arguments. So unmute your mic, Gavil. Say what you say is closing up time. Big up to the ones and drop a like on the stream on your way out. So go to Gavil. You unmute your mic, Gavil.
Imotet, so your platform beginning of it all is the man that we talked a while ago. Him is Satan, because at the end of the day, nothing is when you have a young born boy or baby girl, and you have to teach them. I see anything you have in your mind as a parent, you can teach them wrong or you can teach them right. Feel me?
All right,
you can teach them. Just give me a chance to talk. You can teach them wrong or you can teach them right. You say at the end of the day, you see, evil, the parent, them was baby before and them get teaching before. You know? So don't teach you wrong, bro. Because you get teaching. You get me? I say, and when you come tell us, do this and that, bro, you did get teaching before. You say, in the day, you can't teach nobody wrong and you can't teach nobody right, bro, because you get teaching before. I say, if your analogy come from your mother and your father, bro, I say, anything where you teach, you see, anything where you can try to tell big people, when we are big people, we have understanding. Remember saying, you know, I see him analogy, you know, you give your son or your daughter, bro. And I see him analogy, him come out, come deal with your life. So you're wrong, bro.
All right, cool. But we're not gonna
And
call
you said at the end of the day, if my mother and father never teach me right, I could not live in this life for me I'm living right now, bro. Since when I can't teach you and I can't tell you, bro, he's wrong. And me not bash him down, you know. Because we're all here to help others and teach others and make others get information when they don't know about, you know. But bro, if you never have no damn teaching, bro.
All right, Gavil. Land, Gavil. Land the
Let me
plane,
say my
Gavil.
last word.
Land the plane,
Land the
Gavil,
plane,
man.
Gavil. Land the plane, please and thank you, Gavil. Land the plane. Respect. All right, well, hold on, Michelle.
Big up Gavil.
Yeah, man. Big up Gavil, but you know, so we're not going to this no one and call about the Satan up there, so we're not going to do that, Gavil.
No, we're not going to do that. And that not enough to do for your channel, bro.
All right, so hold on, Gavil. Make film closing argument there. But I get them time. Don't worry on yourself. Go through fire. Unmute your mic and go through.
Yes, once again, I'm going to say the serpent is also known as the one who also caused us to be born in sin. So that's not wisdom. When you look at it, it was another wisdom that we didn't know of, but it weren't good for us. So it wasn't ultimately wisdom. So when you look at for wisdom, you have to look in Solomon, where he addresses wisdom as a woman.
All
enter
right,
to
all right,
the
but
heaven.
hold on, yeah, but hold on. The authors of the Bible, remember the authors of the
I
Bible
know,
were
Chara.
Greek. Well, I know. The writers of the Bible were Greek. There's a word called Sophia, right? There's a word called Sophia in Greek. It represents wisdom. When you talk about Hebrew Kabbalah, there's the Ein Sof, which represents wisdom as well. So at the end of the day, in general, yeah, of course, wisdom is a
Yeah,
woman because
that was meant for you. That was meant for you,
hold on,
Omete.
man.
Him no,
Allow me,
yo,
Adele.
he right, bro. It's
Hold
mother
on.
nature. It's mother nature.
Gavil, you say what you say already, in general. So hold on, man. You quote the Bible, and I'm just gonna show you why they say wisdom is a woman. Because in Greek mythology, Sophia means or translate to wisdom. That's the reason why in the Hebrew Kabbalah, anyone who is a Kabbalist who practice Jewish mysticism, they understand that the Ein Sof also represents wisdom. You get what
I'm
I
not
say?
finished on the closing argument. I have something else to say, which is pertaining to other thing we was talking about. Now, this is mostly for Miss Julia. You know, Miss Julia concept. You know, I have been wanting to gauge up with her, but I couldn't. I was keep on
That's all
shut
right.
down
Go
from
through, man. I
finishing
listen to
things.
you.
And
Nobody know
I
what you're talking about, but go
I
through.
wanted to
Yeah.
be able to tell her, like, yes, what she's saying is truth, but she's looking in the spirit. But also, like when she said things like David heart is of God, and different people of the Bible is showing you different characteristics of them, we're going to show you where they are for God. You see what I'm saying? And it builds up a body, and we are trying on and like teach our like the youngins them about David, so they could teach the youngins them about David and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, is the intelligence of it all. You check to touch down with another daughter who is online too. It's the intelligence of it all that make this thing here to sit down and say, well, it really relates to your life in an ignorant or intelligent manner. You see
That's
what I'm
true.
saying? So that's the realness of it. Like, and also too, Christ did came. He's the one who went hell and the, heaven, and is coming back to tell us. So that's another thing for that lady.
That part I don't really, I mean, we don't really
Yeah, but
agree with that.
I'm making
But
finishing point
anyhow,
because I remember
but go
closing
through.
arguments, Miss Julia. You're
Yeah,
not.
that well, she
That's
did.
right.
No, not that one for Julia. That's the other lady, but Julia speak on it. But the one lady was saying basically, unless someone goes to heaven and come back, or goes to hell and come back, and tell everyone about it, then you don't have it. You check. So Christ did came, and his wording is about he's speaking like he been heaven and he also been hell, and he knows it all, and he came and he talks about it. You see
All
what I'm
right,
saying? And
all right,
that's my
All
all right.
right,
closing.
You
land
have
your
to land
plane
now, you know.
now.
You have to go land now. All
Yeah.
right,
Alan,
cool.
that's it. That's it.
Right, cool.
Yeah,
So
That's
yeah.
it.
respect for that. A quick thing, people. Dan TV too. Yes, I might be very influential, and I might be unredeemable. But I want you to pray for me that I'll have my Saul on his way to Damascus moment. But at
Right.
this point in time, I am a happy pagan. So until the Saul on his way to Damascus moment occurs, I am a happy pagan. But respect, I'm
Woo.
Dan TV.
Big
All
up
right,
Dan
so
TV. Pray for us, Dan TV.
right, all
Pray
right.
for us.
So Michelle say for your closing argument there.
Yeah.
Gavin, keep on saying that your parents them can't listen. My mother and my father, them advise me or whatever. But as you get older, you have to search for yourself, because where them that teach me back then, or where them didn't know. You know what I'm saying? So me coming into this age now, or this era now, I teach my kids them differently. Me not indoctrinate my kids them like how we grew up indoctrinated. Me refuse to do that. You
Good.
understand? My kids them, me let them know you ask questions, just follow. I not just listen. You search and you ask questions. Okay? And with this God coming thing, gotta come from my grandmother dead at 103. I mean, I hear gotta come from way before then. All right? And me know that me not gonna see him before me gone. So
I'm a
people need to
positive
stop
listener.
that
But
now.
Me-
Black folks need to
Gavin,
stop
remember,
them things there.
Gavin, you know I want to medicine, bro. Remember, you say what you say already, brother. We have to understand when a closing argument, I want to say, we want to say, that is
Okay.
it, brother. Make Michelle
Okay.
just land our plane, please and thank you.
Mm.
All right, my plane land.
All right,
Right.
cool.
That's it.
All right, loving one, it's over to you, my general. Your closing argument, loving
Thank
one.
you, everyone. Thank you for the robust reasoning. And for me, you know that my paradigm is a biblical worldview, and so it's my evidence, and the reason why I use it for my evidence because it's the established, revealed truth of God, about man, to man. And so we understand that, I mean, the natural man, and I say this without causing any offense, even though Jesus tells me in the same Bible that the truth will cause offense. So, I mean, I understand that aspect of it. So when I read the word, when I read, yeah, man. So when I read the word, I take the word for what the word says. Some of the word, I mean, it's a spiritual book, and it is spiritually discerned because it right throughout the Bible. If you notice, a lot of the stuff, it's about revelation. Who Jesus is, revelation. It's not about education, not about your intellect, even though it plays a part, but it plays a part when you have received a revelation of who he is. And so I will continue to use the Bible as my foundation. The Bible provide the evidence. The proof is there, so you can examine the evidence, and it also will confirm the proof. The principles have been established from day one. We see the sun, the lights that control the day, control the night, and the stars. God says he put those in place. All the other accounts that we hear about the flood and all of that came from the original account, which would have been, in those days, probably would have been by oral traditions. So we know the story is going to be distorted as it goes, the longer it goes. So the Bible is God's word, and for Imhotep, he's saying that he's a proud pagan. The honesty, God. Hey, look here, and that's one of the thing with God. You know, God knows everything about us, but He loves when we acknowledge certain things about ourselves. And I mean, He doesn't hate you, you know. As a matter of fact, His love for you is far more stronger than you'd ever even imagine, because I mean, He has a better way for you. But then He's not going to force Himself on you, and He's not going to force you to accept Him. It's going to be by your will to choose, which He has given you, and He will never violate that. So another Sunday, we don't know how long again we're going to wait, because I mean, when Emo says next Sunday, it don't give an exact date, like it will be the 15th or so. He just said next Sunday.
Yeah,
So next
man,
Sunday
loving
can be
one.
any
Beat
time.
him.
Oh my
No,
God.
man, next
No.
Sunday.
No, me have to beat him. Me have to beat him. Me have to beat.
Yeah,
Me have to beat him. Me have to.
Go
ahead.
We just
No,
gonna
beat him. Don't beat him, bro. He make a nice beat. Don't beat him, bro. Please don't beat him. He make a nice beat, bro.
Remember, say, you know, as a pagan, I was celebrating the birth of Jesus. It was the Yuletide season, as they call it. So, you know, it go all heap of business and them sitting there. So,
He must not to tell me nothing at all. You're a real person. You're one of the realest man me see I do it, bro. Tell me, bro.
All right, Gavin. Well, on, man. But here go on now, people. Yeah, definitely making an effort, man. So next week, Sunday, yeah, man, we're definitely making the effort to have the Sunday reason here. Every Sunday, you know, time and space permit, but definitely I want to start off the new year. You notice this is the first Sunday of the first Sunday of the year.
No, second
Sunday. All right, yeah. Cool. So here go on now. Next Sunday reason I go on same way, man. And the following Sunday, we are putting in the effort to make it work. So I apologize, man, for the absence of the whole.
Life is granted.
You have to say something. You have to say something.
You guys still. I'm still overing. I'm still circulating to land.
Talk about Christian subject. People on you.
Well, Gavin, we can't do this, Gavin, respectfully, man.
Yeah, the man at this end in play,
Come,
yeah, I'm still have me hang up. Maybe I run out of fuel, you know. Remember.
I thought you'd done on
No,
land already.
no, no, man.
Android.
Remember say I was intercepted by Serpent. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
Okay.
ahead and
yeah,
land there.
All right, go ahead on.
yeah, man. So in closing, man, the Bible, as I said, and I'm just going to reiterate, the Bible is God's divine revelation to man. We disbelieve it and disobey it at our own peril. The serpent in the garden, the wisdom that he carried led to the death and destruction of humanity, and we are seeing the result of it up until this day. When the Bible said, be wise as a serpent, it did not just leave it there. There was something else, but be harmless as a dove, because the serpent wisdom can lead to destruction and have lead to destruction. So
All right.
be
Yeah, man.
careful. Thank
Yeah,
you.
man. Manners are
Big up.
respect, because at the end of the day, we're still there. Humanity still there. Thousands of years from now, we not go there, but our descendants will. So life goes on. Who did say a song there? Pinchers are pliers. Who did? Life goes on. Who did a song there? Life goes
Goes
on.
on.
Life goes
Life goes
on.
on.
Every day another day.
Goes on.
Hey.
It's
You want to really
yeah.
show the age, you know?
All right, cool. All right. So here I go on now. Self-made.
Yeah.
Over to you, my general.
Yeah, man. Big up the panel. You know,
Yeah, big
blessed
up.
Sunday. You know, great reason as usual. But, you know, you don't know my closing arguments is really for the audience, not just for myself. These religious folks can always express to us what happened in 15 BC, 25 AD, what happened in the Old Testament, New Testament, and them can never express or even show us the God or the devil that them speak of. People on the need for understand. You see, anybody where externalize on the power, they are trying to exploit you. Anyone who internalizes your power, they are empowering you. Until people can understand and realize the connection from their mind to their personal reality, you will always suffer until you realize the connection there. Yeah, man, free up on the minds, people.
That's right.
You
That's
hear what I
All
right.
say?
within.
That's
It's all
right.
The
within.
connection to your
That's
life
right.
comes directly as a reflection of your mind. Whatever you're living in your personal reality is just a reflection of the contents of your mind. Free up on yourself, people. Stop make
Big
people
up.
exploit you. Empower on yourself. Believe in yourself if you want somebody to believe in it. Bless up.
Yeah, man.
Bless
Manners
up.
and respect. The BI strong, man. You know, say, yeah, man. I got talk about you know, we did talk about on Sunday. We did talk about evolution versus creation, but we definitely got touch on the whole Darwin theory and things like that
Yeah,
next
we can
Sunday
do
and
that.
as
Next
well.
Sunday,
And
that would be good.
the whole, you know, the whole your various group, the Cro-Magnon, the Australopithecus, yeah, the Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, and things like that. We're going to touch upon that to show the whole evolution in comparison to man being made of clay and the woman coming from the rib. So you
Yeah.
know how the thing go. Jerome, yeah, man, big up Jerome. Respect to Dean did correct and said as a spanner banner. So respect for that. All right, so Miss Julia, you're closing.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not my clothes already, but okay. Well, yeah. So yeah, you know, I don't need to just. Boy, I don't know. It's so much.
All right.
Next week,
All right,
man.
so,
Next week.
all right, so big up to everybody.
Yeah, big up
People,
everybody.
yeah, man, 444 records, big up. Dead D, these are nice. Respect for the super chat. These are nice. Big up Imhotep chat and panelists. Sunday evening was great. So if you want to rate the reasoning, people, just drop a like on the stream. Thank
Yes,
you.
have a
We
good
appreciate
evening,
it.
everybody.
Yeah,
Have
man,
a good
big up
evening,
yourself.
Michelle.
You know,
Yes,
say
yes,
it's
sis.
always
All right.
contending views. And when I actually say pagan people, it simply means one who does not subscribe to organized religion. You understand me? I say, because we have also seen the destruction that organized religion has done to this world, and the world would have been a better place without the destruction that organized religion has done. So you know how the thing go. So when I actually say I'm a pagan, while to some it might carry a negative connotation because Christianity used it, especially during the Inquisition, to burn up people and this and that. It simply means that one who does not subscribe to organized religion.
Right.
So if me living at the bush and I work with the herbs and them something, they just like
Right.
in the Amazon, they are considered pagans and they are fine. They are better off without what we
Better
call
off.
religion.
Right. Exactly.
That's right.
So, right. So I just want
And
to make
another
that
thing.
clear as well.
Yeah.
One more thing. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die.
Exactly
Yes,
right.
that's a great point,
Another
too,
one
Miss
too.
Julia.
Yeah. No,
I mean
Michelle say
Michelle,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
Michelle.
Michelle
But
say it.
people, want to big up on yourself, 100 and
Yeah.
odd
Big
people
up, big
there
up, big
in the
up.
Sunday
Everybody like the
listener.
stream on the way out, please. If you never like it coming in, like the stream on the way out. Thank you.
Yeah, man, big up, man. Respect to us, 7, us 7, you know what thing, be I strong. You know what thing, man. Self-made, loving one, King Uzziah, Michelle Clark, Miss Julia, Fire, Scara,
Good night, good
Q
night, good
Fine.
night.
Yeah, man, Q Fine, Q Bono. Yeah, man, respect for everybody we check in, you know. Big up to Jerome B. Yeah, man. Big up Jerome B, man. Dub Chemist Sound. Big up, you know what thing go. Everybody were there, man. These are nice. Nicky Willie, TG Media. Yeah, man. Me appreciate you know, because for there for 4 hours, people. On a Sunday when people have things to do, Sunday dinner to cook on them something there. We appreciate it. So manners and respect to everybody. Anthony Johnson. You say, Imo, with your knowledge, intelligence, and articulate, if the most I changes you, you would be one of the most powerful men on earth. As they say, the more we change is the more we remain the same. So at the end of the day, I am here. My little purpose is to engage in these conversations. So here we go now. People can pick out sense out of nonsense and them can go research certain things and things like that. So I am not here to superimpose on anyone what I think. I am here to stimulate critical thinking as well. And that's very important. Whether we accept the Bible to be so or not, critical thinking is very important where we can analyze things for ourselves, apply critical thinking, apply discernment, apply wisdom, do a little research on them something there. That me there for still. That my little purpose out here. So big up on yourself to everybody. You know what thing, man. Manners and respect. Everybody, let me go through quick and fast there. The people them where drop the offering there. Respect to Tuggy Frost for the offering. Private figure did seal up him 9 months membership. Anne Marie Lark, respect for the offering there. Kai Hype, yeah, respect for the offering. Jeremy and Simon, manners and respect for the little offering. Lynette Thompson, big up. Sugar Notch, yeah, man, respect for the offering. These are nice. Seal up the offering. So respect to everybody, man. Manners and respect people. You know, say, I think Rickstam might go live later. Miss
Really?
Julia, yeah,
Yeah.
man. It
All
might,
right. Cool.
it's a Beanie Man job song and
Oh yeah, the song
yeah,
with Beanie
yeah,
Man.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
man.
see Cartel come out and say him now war and one bag of sitting
Yeah,
song.
yeah, yeah. Let
Yeah,
me go
man.
see
I
it.
know people say in Imaros as well. Tomorrow
All
night
right.
I will a
Again,
little
again,
reason as
bye.
well. So big up to everybody, man. Manners and respect, man. Big up on yourself, people. Let me see who. Clip Cartel. Big up yourself, Clip Cartel. You know, Dan TV 2. Yeah, yeah. If you just remember Dan TV 2 say a 7 brother, 7 different mind. But big up Dan TV 2. You know, we're not gonna always agree, but we can respect each other. Time will tell where you going with me, General. Big up yourself, man. You know, David's Life, New York. Big up. You know the thing go. Respect to everybody who pass through. Respect to everyone who leave a like, who subscribe, who share. You know the thing go. Manners and respect, people.